Once again, welcome to St. Michael Speaks here at Solidarity House, the headquarters of the Barbados Workers Union. The month of independence. With us, is the Prime Minister, the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, the head of the cabinet, the leader of our country. And with her are the members of the St. Michael group of constituencies. Most of them. We still have a couple who are on their way. But we are at starting time, and I know we are going to have a lot to say. The chairs for contributors are already filled, so we should be having a hectic time, so we will get going immediately. As I indicated earlier, if you are planning to speak, please go to the table at the back of the room. Once you have given them basic information and you've received the number, then take one of these chairs immediately in front of me, one of these red chairs. You will go to the mic, you will deliver what you wish to, and after you've done that, you can sit anywhere else in the auditorium, leaving the chairs free for the next set of people who are intent on speaking. Feel free to express yourself, to say what's on your mind, to represent yourself. If you are not from St. Michael, however, based on how we have set up these meetings, you are not going to be allowed to speak. But if you do have an issue that you came here to deliver and you want to speak, then just simply also go to the table at the back. They will take information from you, including contact information, and I will call you directly tomorrow to follow up on whatever the issue is. So even though you do not speak at the mic, it does not mean that the issue you have will be ignored. It is just that this is St. Michael Speaks, and it is therefore for persons who live in St. Michael. With that, I will turn you over to the Prime Minister, and we can get going. Prime Minister?
Thank you very much, Roy. Can I ask everyone to stand? I'm going to ask for a minute's silence for one of our family who has passed and who was buried last week, Mr. Philip Tudor. He was with us from the very beginning of these sessions, and we have missed him when he was sick, and now regrettably he has passed, and I think all of us would want to pay our tributes to him. Thank you. May his soul rest in peace, and may his memory and his work inspire us to a higher calling to serve all Barbadians in the area of public works. Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. And we're back again for St. Michael Speaks. As I've come to appreciate, this evening is about you, and therefore there won't be any major introductory speeches, but I would ask that if members of Parliament want to engage, that they be allowed to do so as well, in response, not just the ministers, but where there are constituency issues that are raised as well. Who's opening the baton for us tonight? Thank you, sir. Name and where you live, and we go from there. Thank you.
Hi. Good night. My name is Roland Harris. I am from Maynard's Land, Savannah Road, Bushall, St. Michael. The issue that I bring tonight was the finalization of purchasing for the area of Maynard's Land, which was to be placed into tenantry. I did speak to the person from Urban, and they said because of an issue that because they had a house on the area that I would have to go through the landlord. So part of the issue was solved to that scenario. I don't know how far it will go, but I thank you so far for that little input. The second issue that I had was when you all were willing to, well, planning to start the empowering of solar for the elderly, which would, in my opinion, which I had given my input, which was that if anybody had given the elderly people solar, the solar can then pay for assistance to the assistant board, where that the assistant board could also get funds to help fund the people that are actually working with them. Yes, I heard some from the Minister of Affairs of the air when it came over the news, but I was wondering when you all were looking to start on it.
Thank you very much. I just picked up my phone because one of the things that we're dealing with, and I haven't even been able to be briefed on the FTC decision today, because literally we've come out of parliamentary party meeting to come straight here. And I thank the DPM, that's why she was a little later than me for closing off that meeting. The reality is that we have to be able to put storage in the system. And you sound like a man who knows something about renewable energy, so you would know that right now with the 89 megawatts up, and the Light and Power has said basically that in order to go any further, we would need to have the storage sorted out. There were two issues. One was primarily access to battery storage because of the mad rush globally, and the length of time people were quoted was what? 12 to 18 to, in some instances, 24 months, depending on which supplier you're talking with. But secondly, we felt that we also need to change the manner in which we're engaging. And I actually am meeting with the Minister of Energy tomorrow. We've had 2 of the 3 consultants down. One of the reasons why I picked up this phone is because for the last 48 hours, I'm literally reading about 7 or 8 appendices on this issue of the regulatory framework and function for auctions and for direct negotiation for persons who want to be able to install battery storage, so that we're in a position to settle that as a matter of urgency. That is putting obviously a damper on the pace at which we can execute. And we're therefore working on that so that we can unlock, not just for the elderly, but for all across the country. The government's stated policy is that we would wish as many people to be able to engage with the renewable energy industry by being able to help us not only to play our part in keeping global temperatures down, but also seeing it as a mechanism for empowering our people. And that is why we have a stated policy to be able to allow households, rather than to have only those who have cash and who have money, to come up front, and by the time you look round, they would have taken up all the space that there is with respect to the renewable energy industry. So, because there's a finite limit. We are also expecting a revised integrated renewable resource plan, which looks at what we can do, the IRRP, which looks at what we can do in terms of how much we need. The last one had indicated that Barbados would probably need about 750 megs, because obviously the supply of energy is intermittent, and therefore you have to be able to look at that. The government felt at the time that it did not take into account aspects of our development that was before the Ministry of Planning. And therefore that and other things have led to us being able to go back out, and we expect to get that revised plan, which I think will carry the capacity up from the 750 megawatts. I suspect it may go over a gig, but it's not for me to suspect, it's for me to wait and see what they come back with. And that will determine what the system can handle. The policy must be that we have a base load. And between the base load and the batteries, natural gas has been that base load and will be that base load for some time, along with appropriate framework for battery storage. So this is a work in progress. Suffice it to say that the world needs it. Today you would have seen all over the news that the world passed 2 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures. And what is even more disturbing is that for 1/3 of the year so far, the world surpassed 1.5 degrees. And to break that down to everybody, it means that the thing that we don't want to happen is happening. And that is why we get the first 6 months of the year, no water, no rain, drought, worse than it was before. And then in the last few months, what you get? A deluge of water. And the water just coming at you, but more importantly, it is coming in an intensity that we're not accustomed to. So it means, therefore, that the water takes longer to run off and it's gathering up quicker. And that has done a hell of a job in damaging the roads, in damaging some people's houses. And when you hear me talking about climate here and outside, you now know that I ain't just talking because I want to talk. I ain't talking because, as the primary school children would tell the boy, don't tax my mouth so I can talk. I'm talking because this is real. And it is not for government alone to adjust. It is for each and every one of you to adjust. So when you see you got a house and out the roof coming off of the rest of the wall by 9 inches and 12 inches, if your finger could spawn it, I'm sorry, Minister Dugan ain't here yet, but they will tell you that that's too long. That what you want is a short overhang, because if it's short, it means the wind can't get up underneath there and pull it back one time. And you know, walking in, AG and William come. And I'm talking to them, William, about the fact that the houses with the long overhangs, the wind will come up underneath there and lift off the roof. And that is why the Department of Emergency Management and the Catastrophe Fund have introduced a program where we are, for those who are below the poverty line, we will buy the hurricane straps for you. For those who are above, take warning and go and get them. Because the straps at least will help keep down your house roof. And if the house roof go, tell me where it's going to go. Help tell them where it's going to go. The first thing you risk is somebody's life getting lost. Not true? And the second thing you risk is what? Everything you own. Everything you own. And if some of you have never been through a hurricane yet, I can tell you I went through Gilbert in Jamaica. And I know what it is to stand up the day after Gilbert. The day before, everybody in Jamaica said, boy, no hurricane night Jamaica. Jamaica safe. You understand? And the next night, Jamaica get hit by the worst hurricane it had had for decades. And I know what it is to stand up on the road. The woman, the person I was staying at, she and her partner is now Chief Justice in Cayman Islands. I know what it is with her to climb over a house where a roof went off with one of her friends and to go in the house and get what tin food they had, because nobody believed that the hurricane was coming at the time and nobody went and prepared. I know what it is to stand up for 2.5 hours in a line outside a supermarket on Hope Road. And when you get there, all they would give you their rationing. All we got was 8 batteries, 6 candles, and a couple packs of sweet biscuits. I know what it is to get gastro in that environment. So when you hear me speak about these things with passion, it is because I know what it is. I have experienced a hurricane that is bad in everywhere else. Find some wood and knock for me there, Shanta, except Barbados. I had a hurricane in London. I had a hurricane in New York when I was 10 years old. I've been through 2 to 3 hurricanes in Miami. 2 hurricanes and a storm it was. So that when I say that we need to prepare, believe you me, the day of reckoning. How many people in here know people from Dominica and Grenada? Antigua. They want to tell you about Ivan. Huh? Want to tell you about Maria. So believe you me, I would like those of us in St. Michael especially, because we are the most populous parish, to take warning. And if when you go home and you see that the overhang on your roof is too long, then let us make some minds up. If you know you need help, then say so. If you know you can get it on your own, then get it. Because you have a few months left. And the truth is that it isn't only hurricanes that affect us, as we've learned, it's also storms. And we saw what happened in St. George here the other day with the mini, what do you call it? Tornado, mini tornado. So we have to be more vigilant, and I ask people to do so. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. The last thing would have been I am thankful that you have given a white blanket on the solar implementation and purchasing of solar where they do not have any VAT, I think, on it, which I appreciate a lot. Because I do have a small setup that I have home. And one other thing is that I think that Bajans are not fully educated on the benefits of solar. But that would be my last input.
Thank you. And I take the point, and the Ministry of Energy may want to do a series of public service announcements, right, on solar, and also generally on wind too, because people will see that there's some wind turbines there in St. John now. If you go up that side, you'll see the wind turbines blowing. We've now put up the mast at Lambert's and St. Lucie to be able to do the testing as to what will be possible there with the wind farm in Lambert's at last. We know that the country has been talking about it for about 20 years, but anyhow, hopefully it will come. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Prime Minister, members of the head table. My name is Anderson Ford. I am from St. Michael West. Prime Minister, School Gap, Hinesbury Road. Prime Minister, for over a year and a half now, the residents of Greenwich Road, Hinesbury Road, have been affected by a trench that was dug by the MPW in order to provide us a curb to direct the channel water, the water runoff to the canal, which goes directly to the canal that leads behind the Globe Cinema, the former Globe Cinema. And recently, as recent as July, August, the MTW came back and they started to put up the boxing in order to build the slip and curb. And they have not returned. They haven't returned. This is over
Since August?
Since August.
Yeah.
Haven't returned. And as a result, you get the showers, the heavy rains, the water, puddles and pooling in front residents, adjacent to residents' homes, which is an inconvenience. And
It's also a public health risk. So
exactly.
We will deal with it.
Exactly.
Santi?
Go ahead.
Good evening. All right, good evening, everyone. Mr. Boyne, I'm going to ask you if you can either speak or have one of the heads of the depots address this issue. It should not have taken this long. I don't know if it is as a result of weather, because that has affected some of our completion of work. So I'm not going to tell you that that's the only reason, and all of y'all know the other reasons. But I will ask Mr. Jason if you can speak.
All right. That is a matter that I am really unaware of at this point in time. I'm going to have to go investigate it and see what's going on, and I will sure we'll deal with that as soon as possible. All right.
Thank you very much.
My other,
Yes,
my
sir.
other point, ma'am, is, Prime Minister, is that at another forum, I had requested or I asked to, if you all can look at the ministry, I should say, can look into the possibility of erecting or putting down some speed humps in the general Hinesbury Road area. Reason being, there's a primary school out there. And we get public service vehicles and other traffic using that as a detour, coming through at high speeds and obviously it would pose a risk to school children and, other residents, little children in the area, right? That I would like that to be addressed.
And I thank you for the public spiritedness, and Mr. Boyne will take a note, as will the DPM, and those are simple enough for us to get done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Take care. And you're talking about the side road or the main road?
The side road.
Side road, that's what I was telling you. Right. Because people come through there, including myself sometimes. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, all. My name is Julie. I'm from Freehill. Julie Lane. All right. All right, so I'm here this evening to discuss an issue that I was dealing with for a while, and it seems to be getting worse. When I get home on evenings, I should say, first, you get home from work, you try to relax, you get in, you have a lot of things to do. Sometimes it's a challenge, to do certain things. But my biggest problem is noise pollution at this point. When I get home, I'm unable to do certain things because I have to endure music and a bass line out of this world that vibrates my chest and my stomach sometimes. Honestly, it makes me feel really sick. All right, so it's basically the Flash Zone bar. I don't have a problem with the bar being there. I don't mind, I don't care. That's fine. The problem I have is me having to enjoy listening to the music, me having to enjoy listening to karaoke, me having to enjoy listening to the DJs cursing and keeping noise. I don't want to hear. When I'm in my home, I want to be in my home. I want to be able to read a book. If I want, when I'm ready to study, I want to study. I can't do those things because it's uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable, and it is getting worse because, to be quite honest, it goes now from Sunday to Sunday. Sunday to Sunday, I have to put up with this music.
I hear you. And the truth is that the country is going to have a conversation and settle on some parameters for noise pollution. I used to manage a band, so I like music more than anybody else.
I too.
But the truth is that there has to be some limits, and what people might tolerate in crop over and Christmas, they're not going to tolerate 12 months a year. And equally, 7 days a week, as you just pointed out. So that this is a matter that the Ministry of Environment is going to have to pick up. It is also going to have an impact. Tomorrow, the Parliament will be debating the new physical development plan, and I would expect Senior Minister Duguid that this is one of the areas that you're going to have to look at. There are some areas, too, that are entertainment areas. So St. Lawrence Gap and Old Town are clearly entertainment areas. Parts of Baxter's Road, Tudor Street, Westbury Road, those were traditionally Oystons. We may have to get a few more, but what we do need is some idea of permits, and if people want AG to be able to do things outside of certain times, well then they may have to do them indoors and to have those things soundproof. Okay, so there's a balance. There are people who like noise and there are people who don't like noise. But all of us have to live on the 166 square miles called Iraq. So we're going to get the balance correct. But I thank you for also having the courage to speak out, because in these matters, a lot of people suffer silently. And there should be no recriminations, because it's just about balancing the rights of everyone. AG, I don't know if you want to speak to add to that, because I don't know that we have a current legislative framework that is appropriate for it at this point in time.
Only to say that the Ministry of the Environment has begun to work through in their minds the kind of approach that we need to take. Currently, the law doesn't allow the Ministry of the Environment to take action against noise pollution. They can take action if you dump in the gully. They can take action if you pollute our waterway, but not if you pollute our hearing. And I must remind you that we've been courageous enough to deal with the issue when it came to kite flying, because there was a significant element of annoyance posed to Barbadians, and we were prepared to go to Parliament and pass a law so as to alleviate some of that bother. Noise pollution, though, as a whole, is going to be a much more complicated matter. The minister isn't here, I don't think, but I can tell you that they have just ordered 6 meters, and these meters are able to measure the level of the number of decibels, and that is going to help to inform the approach. But I will say, the financial control in my ministry is probably one of your neighbors. I won't call her name. And I've advised, she sought my advice, and I've advised her that really this is a civil wrong. I know everybody wants the police to intervene and they want the government to intervene, but this is a civil wrong in the law of tort. And I would encourage you to approach an attorney. You can get together, talk to a lawyer, and bring an action against the place. But
All right, exactly.
those are my comments.
I expect the AG to tell you that, but I know that I can't ask you to go and spend some money. So look, we need to just have some conversations with each other, and in the interim, the first thing, AG, is what? Good offices, the use of good offices, so that the Member of Parliament for down there has to be able to reach out and to ensure that we can have the conversation with Flash Zone between, Ian, where are you? Is you or is Neil? That's what I thought. So Neil, we're going to have to reach out to the owner of Flash Zone and just say, look, ease off a little bit. You can't do Sunday to Sunday, and we'll talk to them. And I'm not, you mentioned the name of an establishment, but it could be any establishment. There, however, are certain areas that we all know are public entertainment areas, for example. And you're not going to go and stay in St. Lawrence Gap if you don't like music as a hotel, because you know you're going to get that. So we need to be able to make sure there's a balance, but in the interim, let us see if we can use good offices to control some of the noise. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night, Madam Prime Minister, members of the head table, other officials. My name is Carlos Goodridge. I live in Through the Gap, Westbury Road, as part of St. Michael West. My issue here tonight, I've applied for a permit to drive taxi. I'm a taxi driver. I've been driving taxi from 2001 to present. I've applied for a permit in 2014. I got a letter telling me I would be invited to a meeting for interview and stuff. In 2019, I got a second letter telling me that I wasn't successful in my application. Never got the chance to be interviewed for the permit or anything like that. So I spoke to my political representative, I think it's almost 2 years ago, and he told me that he would have somebody look into it. Up to now, he haven't got back to me and said anything. I would like to know, I've never been in trouble with the law of any kind. I sit on a lot of boards here with sports in Barbados. I organize in my community, the New Orleans football tournament, assist with that when Mr. Rochester was living. Incidentally, I worked with Mr. Rochester up until his death last year. And I'm just wondering what is,
Okay.
what you have to do.
The truth is that when they sent you the letter, and if you wrote back,
Yes.
they should have given you a reason, because under the Administrative Justice Act, most public enterprises, and I say most only because there are few that do not have to give reasons, and those are usually for national security or that kind of thing. But this would not be in such an agency. I suspect one of the reasons why they have turned down people is because we went from a very low number, and I don't want to quote numbers because I don't have them top of mind, But if somebody can get them, Sandy, you can get them. We went from a very, very low number to a very, very high number under the last government, which made it difficult. Because if you keep giving out, then everybody will, or let me put it in a way, people will not have a chance to make money because you've diluted by putting too many people on the road. So having said that, we accept that people pass away, people emigrate, people sell, people get out of the business, and therefore we will follow up and see what the real reason is for you as to why you wouldn't, particularly as somebody who has been in the business for a very long time. And therefore others who have not been in the business and who have come and gotten ahead of you would appear to cast a serious injustice to you. And I appreciate that. So, Roy, we will follow up for him and see what is the position. Okay?
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. You're still with the sports?
Yes, I am.
There's a tournament that starts tonight on Lumber Company playing field, so I hope that you will be up there football.
The one that just finished in New Orleans is the one that I would always be with.
Same fella I suspect was involved with both too.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good night, Madam Prime Minister, Head Table, and all officials here. I come here to say a thank you. I come here to say a thank you to the Minister of Transport and Works, Water Authority, and whatever other ministry she holds. I am Saitomia World from St. Michael Southeast. I've been battling with the problem for a number of years where whenever it is flood, I get water. Mr. Duguay can testify to this. He would have dealt with me when he was in the ministry, in that ministry. However, they would come and they would patch here, they would patch there, they would do something, but whenever it flooded excessively, I would get water. I come here tonight to say that I am very, very happy. When we had the last flood, which was quite recently, I flooded out, I reached out, the ministry came to me, and I see the Minister of Housing is here. I see another officer from Housing, a supervisor, and my problem was fixed. I mean, it fixed tremendously. They built a wall, they put in some inch pipe, and the work is not completed, but I am satisfied because when we had rains up the last Saturday, I did not have any problem. And I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. It's good to hear that, and I'm sure that the public officers also appreciate the fact that they're not only hearing complaints, but they're hearing people thank them for when they make a difference to people's existence. So thank you very much, Ms. Saitomia World. Thank you.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Come forward more. My name is Diana Johnson. I live at University Drive, Freehill, Black Rock, St. Michael's. My problem is that I cannot get into my home comfortable. TNT is next door to me. And everybody come up there clogged up on the steps and all upon my house, and I cannot get in. And it's there for a very long time. As well as the smoke that coming from in there with the barbecue and the chicken, it coming all out, and it coming into I can't step outside to look out and stand up in the veranda. And when the government come and dig down there, Mr. Winston Allen, they put some, build up some blocks and it all cracking and breaking down. Mr. Allen told me that he would be making a side road in the back that I could get in, and I see none up to now yet.
How long ago was that he told you that?
He told me that a long while ago, and I was checking with him, and he ain't
When you say long, you mean, I just trying to get a sense, 'cause I'm not sure I know the name,
That-
Mr. Allen.
Vincent Allen was there. When he was there, he did that.
Vincent Allen.
Allen, yeah,
You talking
Allen.
about who used to be at National Housing?
Yes, please.
Oh, but he gone now about 15,
Yes.
20 years.
He gone, yes.
So that how long ago he tell you that?
But since then now, Mr. Walcott, the man came there in 21, the severe man, to line up out there, and he ain't come back. He tell me he going to the dentist, and I see he come back after now yet. I speak,
The dentist pull out all the teeth?
he ain't come back yet.
I don't mean to laugh.
I,
Cause it's not acceptable. But let me tell you what I can do for you. Minister Sutherland, please come, young man. Please give the assurance. Come and meet this lady for me,
I
Ms.
speak to
Johnson.
Mr. Yes, Diana Johnson.
I want you to meet this gentleman here because he is going to be required to just come and make sure the officers come. Since Mr. Allen
Who is
left,
this here now?
there must have had about 2-3 officers.
Sutherland, Minister Hope. I talked to Mr. Nero too. And all of them.
No, Mr. Rowe is your MP, but
Yes, he did. But when he come
but
in.
we want the Minister of Housing to come, and
You
he will
wanna come
come
now and do
with
with me now?
Mr. Rowe.
You want to sort me out? You sorting out the place, not me.
I love my people.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tricia Yearwood, and I am a resident of Greenwich
Just before we
Road.
go, Ms. Johnson, we dealt with Minister Sutherland and the cracks and the thing, but we will also try to reach out. And this thing about public nuisances, you know why these sessions are important? Is because it gives us a chance to speak with Bajans without having to depend on 4 inches of column size in a newspaper or a 60-second news soundbite. And AG, I'd like you to just in 2 minutes explain to the audience what a public nuisance is and what people's duties are. Because I suspect, when I first came to be a lawyer, in those days, you used to have a lot of cases with things coming over the line. How many young people know about the line? Very few. And the line is just your boundary line. But there used to be a lot of cases with people getting in trouble with the criminal law because your thing coming over at me and bum, fight start, break out, you're charged before the court with that. So that we get a little more highfalutin, and now it is public nuisances and in the civil law and tort and the duty of care that people have to one another. I am not supposed to practice law, so I am letting the AG advise you. AG, come. Tonight is your night.
Prime Minister is requiring me to go back to my law school days. Nonetheless, public nuisance, you can divide it into 2, public and private, of course. And the lady who spoke earlier about flash zone, that would be considered to be a nuisance against a small group of individuals. So that's not considered to be public nuisance. Public nuisance is a criminal offense, and it is also a civil offense, but it is considered to be public because it affects such a large segment of our community, of our society, that it would require the state generally to intervene. In fact, that's why it used to be seen as a criminal offense, because that was the easiest way of dealing with it a couple of 100 years ago. So if something affects you in your particular neighborhood, that's not a public nuisance. On the other hand, if it affects the highway, which could prevent every Barbadian from passing peacefully, then it would be considered to be a public nuisance, and that is normally dealt with by the state. Prime Minister, I hope that that summarizes what we're talking about. But just think of the size of the grouping. As long as it's the society at large, it's a public nuisance. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please. I need a blackboard now. I think, and we probably should do a GIS set of promotions on these kinds of general subjects. The Prime Minister has asked me to mention the concept of a duty of care. It's not a really technical subject. I guess you could go back to the Good Samaritan story, where the question was asked, who is my neighbor? And essentially, your neighbor is a person to whom you have a duty of care. Now, that relationship arises in many ways. It's not a physical thing. So, for example, if banks sell bottles beer, and the beer got something in the bottle, then everybody who would consume beer, or rum in my case, then the person who is going to be affected by the wrongdoing is generally considered to fall within that category of neighbor, and therefore you have a duty of care. A lot of our issues in society are not necessarily falling within those categories, but the concept of tort really deals with how we relate to each other as a neighbor. And that's why I make the point that often things that people call the police for are not things that involve the police at all. As long as there's an issue arising between neighbors or something of the sort, the first recourse is had to the police. And when the police don't give you the response you want, you get upset with the police. But the problem is that the police are not there to police your relationships with your neighbors. The police are there to carry out law enforcement, to deal with infringements of the criminal law. Most of the problems that arise are not in the nature of criminal law problems at all. So you really need, when you have these disputes with your neighbors and so on, to seek recourse to your lawyers, seek recourse to the courts, and not involve the police. Prime Minister, I think I will stop there, and you can get back to normal programming.
And the other person you can seek recourse to, obviously to, are your community leaders and your religious leaders, because very often they can help bring down the temperature. And this is fundamentally about doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's exactly what we want, particularly in neighborhoods, so as to keep the temperature down between people who want to get in and fight or block or get into trouble. It's not worth it. Number 7, yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Trisha Yearwood, and I have an issue in Greenwich Road, Hinesbury Road, St. Michael, with the Sir Clyde Gollop shelter. I have been a resident at that address for a very long time, and the shelter has a sewage well, that is causing me and my family grave inconvenience. It is hard to stand here and talk about it because I have begged, I have pleaded, I have been in the newspaper in 2013 and again in 2020 on this issue. Last year in 2022, everything came crashing down for me when sewage, raw human waste, was seen coming from that well. Now I have reached out, there is nobody in no position that you can call their name that I have not spoken to. I have tried. I have some of my children in the audience here, and I would like to know if you can assure me if inhaling that kind of stuff for so long, almost 2 decades, in any way can cause no harm to my children.
I can't speak to it.
I have lost a son in 2021 who has just started to catch seizures. Nobody can explain to me why or how. And now I have a 9-year-old son who has also started to exhibit signs of seizures. All my children have respiratory issues.
Madam, I cannot tell you, but what I will tell you is this. The minister is going to ensure, Minister Humphrey is here, he will ensure that the inspection is done immediately and that we see what is the issue with the sewage system there. Secondly, with respect to your son and the others who may be having difficulties, I would imagine that we will have a quiet conversation, Roy, with who they are seeing medically. I can't tell you whether there's a causal impact or not, and I'm not going to tell you yes or no on matters that I have no expertise or knowledge on. But what I will give you the assurance is that the government will engage with you and treat with you with the respect that should not have had you having to speak to this matter for the last 10 years. Okay?
All right.
Well, I said 2013 and 2023, but if it's 2 decades, even worse. Kurt, you want to just... Thank you.
Thank you, PM. And I also want to begin by apologizing to you and to say how sorry I am to hear that you've lost your son in any circumstances. That's not easy for a mother. So I apologize, and I wish you, in that regard, my deepest condolences and all the best. In relation to the well at the Clydesdale shelter, this matter was brought when I became minister in 2022. This matter was brought to our attention at the time Minister Lane was in the ministry, as Parish said. And I know we did some work on the well near the end of 2022. In fact, I want to thank you as well, because as I came in, you gave me the opportunity you mentioned it to me and gave me the opportunity to check with some of the persons who would have worked on the well. And I see here they did comprehensive work on the well. My understanding at the time, at the end of last year, was that the well was repaired. It is also, what was just said to me as well, is that a lot of the issues are in relation to the canal and not only the well. So I know we will have to come and take a second look at the well. I was just asked Minister Lane to accompany me. We will come back and take another look at the well. I know Minister Lane and yourself had a conversation at one point where you thought the work was, earlier this year, where you thought the well was actually corrected, where you had experienced some relief at the time. But if there are associated issues, we will come and take another look at the well, because I agree with you, nobody should have to endure, not even for a day. I couldn't imagine it for 10 years or 20 years. So we will come and we will take another look at the well, and hopefully we could bring you some relief. Beyond that, I should also tell you and tell the community here, though, that we have spent, in relation to National Assistance Board, we have spent significant funds in the last year upgrading most of our properties. We spent between Vauxhall Senior Citizens Home and the Lancaster home, we spent about $3 million doing upgrades to ensure that elderly persons live in facilities that are appropriate. We actually wanted to identify, and that work hadn't been done. The one at the Vauxhall Senior Citizen Center, no work has been done since that was built. Not of that nature, and that has been that was long before 2007, and no work of any kind. Lancaster has not received any major work to the extent that we've done the work. If you were to visit those two centers now, they're very well done. We spent a lot of money to ensure that the properties, the residents, and the neighbors are comfortable. We wanted to upgrade the Clydesdale shelter as well, and in the assessment that just came back to us, there are some other structural issues in the building itself. So while I may not be in a position to upgrade the Clydesdale shelter, given the other issues, we will try, perhaps, if we can, to move the residents from Clydesdale shelter. Nonetheless, as Prime Minister said, we just gave you the commitment that we will do the associated works necessary to cause you the relief, if it is indeed related to the Clydesdale shelter, because from what I'm hearing, there are other issues with the canal and so on. So allow me the opportunity to visit. Hopefully, I have a meeting tomorrow, so I can't promise tomorrow, but I will visit you on Wednesday. If Minister Lane is free, we will both come on Wednesday. I will return with the technical team in the ministry. I have the minister next to me with responsibility for drainage. I will ask them to send somebody to come along to that meeting as well and give us the opportunity to take another look at it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And finally, I want to touch also on what Andy said about MTW. That project also started in 2020, and it is not corrected. My yard constantly floods now when the water comes because I am in the middle. So all water comes and stops there. So it is very hard if you started to do a slip and curb. You did the canal, yes, but the water is not getting to the canal. There's no slip and curb. They started some construction. So now I am seeing 3 or 4 times the water that I wasn't getting before.
I think that we've committed to that already, and hopefully we will be in a position to report progress to the residents once MTW's depot goes in there and corrects wrong things, because there's no excuse for that being left unattended to for the length of time that it has been. Okay? Number 8. Everybody's sitting all over now.
Apologies. Good night. Carla Daniel, Eden Lodge. Okay, so I'm actually here to give a couple suggestions. Not to complain, at least not just yet. Kind of. So the first point is with regards to, as a citizen of Barbados, I am exceedingly attached to coastal access. And my primary concern is the lack of regularization of coastal access. We all know of the beach accesses, which NCC has done a really good job of maintaining primarily on the west and the south coast. But we have iconic areas on our southeast coast, for example, Bottom Bay, Foul Bay, Harry Smith Beach, etc., where the public of Barbados frequents and where lots of tourists go as well. I am not aware that many of those places have formal permanent public access. I believe in many cases that these are privately owned lots of land that are not developed, and we have grown habituated to their use. However, at any time, the developer or the owner could come and decide that they want to build a house, a condo, similarly to what has happened down by the newly redeveloped bridge in St. Joseph, and we would have an issue there. So my suggestion or hope is that we can highlight all of these areas. We can acquire land if necessary. If not possible because of finances, we can flag them with the town planning department so that if they are to be developed, we can be assured of permanent access. I also want to highlight the part, and I know that we are land scarce, and I know that parking is an issue, but true access requires parking, because if there's nowhere to park, people will not use the area. Now, secondly, in addition to coastal access, what I would like to request is that we formally begin to look at inland access as well. As a Barbadian, I do not feel that I only have a right to beaches and to the coastline. I feel that they are critically important habitats. Gullies, for example, hiking is becoming ever more popular if all of the ads on social media are to be believed. But many of these gullies, many of these trails, many of these areas, Chalky Mount, etc., where persons are going to hike, they are often trespassing on private land. In some cases, there is no public gully access. There is no formal public access, for example, to Joe's River Forest, to Turner's Hall Woods, to Long Pond, and again, the list goes on. So I would like to make the request that many of these places be regularized so that in 20, 30, 50 years, Barbadians are assured of their right to access to these important coastal sites, but to these important inland areas as well.
Thank you very much, and you're absolutely correct. Most people don't know that the Coastal Zone Management Unit only started in the 1980s. I believe it was under Tom Adams's government that we first started doing these things. And as you correctly stated, they've done a very good job trying to help us with the South and West Coast, because that's the immediate priority. In meetings earlier this year, and I would have said it also at St. James Speaks, that we're trying to be able to take a holistic approach to the coastal preservation on the West Coast, which is really bad. The South Coast is generating significant volumes of sand, I'm told about 80,000 tons a year, but it can't get around the harbor to help the West Coast. In soul learning and engaging with them, we then discovered that pretty much on the East Coast, Southeast and Northeast, there are also considerations that we're going to have to take into account. And while we have been doing the studies and rebuilding and doing beach protection work for the better part of 40 years, we haven't done much from the Northeast to the East to the Southeast. And therefore, a lot of that work still remains to be done. It becomes all the more urgent now because of the need for coastal protection with the climate crisis as well. So you're spot on. These things have to be phased over time because we have to do bridges, we have to do roads, we have to do matters pertaining to healthcare, we have to do everything. But yes, there is a need to start to identify key areas for public access from the Northeast to the East to the Southeastern coast. And I give you the assurance that we will undertake that process. William, once again, with the physical development plan and the actions to be taken, pursuant to that, we will have to make sure that we start to identify. We work then cooperatively where we can and where government has to acquire in order to provide the public access. Obviously, that comes at a cost, and once we can afford to do it in the particular years, we shall do it. Okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Secondly, I also am standing here to make a plea on behalf, and this is going to sound a little strange, but on behalf of the bearded fig tree. So we all know that the name Barbados is supposed to be Portuguese for the bearded ones, and some people believe it meant offspring of people, but others believe it meant the number of bearded fig trees that were around the island. We have significant culture attached to the bearded fig tree, but yet there are no protections. And don't laugh. What I would like to suggest is that we highlight a certain number of bearded fig trees. You can make it a national project, have people send in their suggestions for particular trees that are of, particular quality. But I think there should be a national registry. I do not think that we should allow development to remove the bearded fig trees from the landscape of Barbados. And I think that I think it would be added tourism attraction that persons can go visit. There are any number of reasons to do it, to protect X number of bearded fig trees.
Far from laughing, I want to salute you for raising it. And there's one in, well, technically it's in my constituency because it's on the other side of the road, but right there in the bottom there in Jackson. Yeah?
I think there was one. I think it fell victim to the road.
Yeah, and that was one of the problems. But in addition to that, there are a few others.
Yeah.
And if we don't, how many people in here know that it is against the law to go and cut down a tree without town planning permission? Over a certain size. I don't mean small trees. Okay? And the reason that exists is because we really need the trees. And we know now from the exercise, and I want to thank Minister Ford for continuing to make this an issue that is accepted and understood by ordinary Barbadians. Because without trees, we would have first a very inhospitable environment, but we also know that where in larger countries there are forests, those carbon sinks are being used to help offset the emissions in the atmosphere that are causing us all these problems. So we will not laugh at you, we will salute you. And suffice it to say that I also want to thank you for your work. I noticed that you're wearing very bravely your purpose. For those who don't know, Carla does a hell of a lot of work in saving turtles in this country. I have had to call her. It was about midnight one night, midnight, 1 o'clock one night, and in tutus, she was down there, and in tutus, we were saving the turtle and the little ones that had just come out, the hatchlings, and getting them back into the water. And that's why we ask people to be sensitive about the lighting on our coast, because in some instances you'll see them crossing the roads and all. So let us agree then. I'm not seeing Adrian here, but we'll make a note to have the Ministry of Environment follow up on the National Register. And from the Ministry of Culture's perspective, I give you the commitment that we will also get involved, given the iconic status of the bearded fig tree to our own country. Thank you.
Final.
Coming again.
Sorry. So I'm really glad that you raised the sea turtle issue. I would like to, I know propositioning you sounds quite strange, but I would like to proposition that, or propose that we make the sea turtle the national animal or national reptile of Barbados. No. It is an added benefit for tourism. Hear me out, it's an added benefit for tourism. But really when you think of turtles, we mentioned climate change quite a few times in here tonight. And sea turtles are tied to the coastline of Barbados. They cannot survive without our beaches. They are being squeezed on three sides. By development on one side as we go forward with our economic strategies, by sea level rise and climate change impacts on the other side, and then of course by coastal armoring as we seek to make ourselves climate resilient and we seek to protect our coastline. Now, Barbados has been put in a very unique position where we are feeling the impacts, as the Prime Minister has mentioned, of climate change, and the Coastal Zone Management Unit has stepped into the breach in an effort to try to protect our coastline, to protect our economy, to maintain lateral access, to do a number of things. And they've tried many innovative strategies. We have boardwalks, etc. However, while all of this is really important, there are consequences. And our turtles are struggling, they're suffering as a result of some of these resilience features. We have turtles getting trapped in boulders. We have turtles unable to nest because of buried walkways. And the list goes on and on. Now, the question is not whether these structures are important or whether they're necessary. It is whether we are dealing with the consequences of implementing these structures appropriately. And I would have to say that we are sadly not. Because we talked about temperature rising. Sea turtles' sex is determined by temperature. As outside gets warmer, we have beaches in Barbados that are completely feminized. Every single turtle nest that is laid will produce only female turtles. There are no males. And while male turtles are quite promiscuous and they grab at everything, you still need a certain number of them to keep the population going. They can only sex so many females. So the thing is that sea turtles are battling on all sides. And while we are trying our best, we are sadly being rapidly outpaced by the threats. And I would like to let you know officially that the numbers of nesting turtles in Barbados, we believe, are actually in decline. We think our population is contracting. We have a situation where Barbados is not hospitable to sea turtles nesting, from the lighting to additional issues. And essentially what we have done is artificially inflate our population by providing a crutch. A human crutch in the form of amazing volunteers that are out there every night from 7 p.m. to 4:30 in the morning. I mean, a community of persons. We had some ladies working on Bay Street the other night in the wee hours of the morning, and they stopped what they were doing and they rescued a whole set of hatchlings and helped me search. So everybody is all hands on deck. But what is needed is for the government to really, I need desperately lighting legislation. We also really desperately need to be able...
Here's the deal.
Yes.
Because I'm sure that you're not going to be able to articulate tonight everything that you need. So I'd like you to write me and let me therefore have a meeting with the appropriate agencies, because development is about a balance.
Yes.
And we are committed. We talk about the climate crisis all the time, but I should perhaps be a little more explicit and talk about the loss of biodiversity as well, which is a major concern globally. Because if certain animals and insects and different things don't exist, it takes everything out of balance, and then we end up suffering anyhow. So I'd invite you to write and let us therefore have a meeting with you.
To
with
discuss
the
our
relevant-
national animal?
Well, for you to make the case, because you seem to be a very strong advocate. And I have every confidence that you will bring strong advocacy to your
Okay.
quest for that to happen. And if it is not going to affect us in any major way, then I'm sure you might be more pleasantly surprised than you would expect. There was another animal that you had told me when we were rescuing the turtle
Barbados
that night.
leaf-toed gecko.
Right, please, because Minister Ford would want now for you to, every Thursday he comes to cabinet to talk about this gecko. And I want you to just talk for 60 seconds on it for you. No, because it's
Okay.
important that average Bajans know about it and go and Google it. Everybody on social media or whatever got access to a phone or computer, go and Google it so you know that this belongs to about here too.
All right, so I want everybody to know that, yes, Barbadians are amazing. Yes, Barbadians are sweet. But what Barbados is that it is also unique in many ways. We have on the coastal cliffs of Barbados a gecko. It's a small lizard. It has these really cool little leaf toes. And Barbados is the only place in the entire world where this gecko is found. It is critically endangered. Do you guys know the white lizard in your house? That is not the Barbados leaf-toed gecko. That is the African house gecko that came over probably on the same ships with the monkeys. But that is a threat to the leaf-toed gecko. The Ministry of Environment is doing an amazing job. They're creating some protected areas in an effort to try to increase the population. I don't know if I'm letting the cat out of the bag as well a little prematurely, but we just recently discovered that we may have an endemic eel as well. And this is a freshwater eel that lives in muddy, swampy areas. It is ugly, it is slimy, but it is 100% Bajan. And it is only found in Barbados. And it has only recently been recognized. So if you could imagine that all of these years we have been living here, we have not known that in our tiny little water bodies, we have this amazing eel that has uniquely evolved on our island. We also have, there's a paper that was probably going to be published soon as well, but Long Pond, as people were talking about, there are 2 crabs in there. I have a friend who's doing her PhD on it, and they're hybridizing. And this might be the first recorded...
Break it down, please.
Sorry.
Explain to people what you just said.
So you have 2 different crabs, and when a mummy crab and a baby crab come together, not a baby crab, no. When a mummy crab and a daddy crab come together, they make offspring. But these offspring are coming from 2 different species. So what's likely happening is that the numbers are low, and they are reproducing in ways that are unexpected. And eventually, over time, you may have a brand new species of crab developing in Long Pond. So, and that is 100% unique. Do you also know that Long Pond we have something called a black mangrove. And in the entire island of Barbados, there is 1 black mangrove tree. 1. They ain't got none. It's not in St. Michael, sadly. But there is 1 single black mangrove tree for the entire island. And this also sits on the shores of Long Pond. I mean, we really need, St. Michael is amazing. We have all of these gullies. So we need to get out of our houses. We need to go explore a little bit. We need to recognize what we have. I mean, my 60 seconds may be up. But I just want to say
what I'd like to suggest to you too, because a lot of this, the adults in here may not be enthused by it, but your children and grandchildren will be. And I'd like to encourage you to form some environmental clubs. I'm going to work with you to form a St. Michael Environmental Club. I'm volunteering half the people here. Marshall, you on board? Corey, you on board? You understand? No, I'm serious. So that we focus on our kids under 16. Because these are the ones that are going to be enthusiastic, and these are the ones that are going to grow up and protect the very same things, and that are going to want to volunteer. And you can do in the summer some camps and show them. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we can do.
Yes.
So you put that proposal together for us to form, because I keep making the point that we have too few community groups, too few sporting groups, too few cultural groups, and we certainly have very, very few, if any, major environmental groups. So that passion that you have has to be passed on to more young people. Okay?
If I could, one last thing. I promise, it's really the last. No, seriously, the last thing. In terms of, this is a proposal that has been made over and over again. Where littering is concerned, we have littering legislation in Barbados, right? Is it possible at all that the public, persons like me, can get involved in helping the government of Barbados to enforce your littering legislation?
Absolutely.
So am I able, if there's a $200 fine, can we split it? If I report somebody and I have proof, can you keep 100 and I keep 100?
I don't know. The AG will meet with you first. And then we'll decide. There are more ways to deal with it. If you have an active group helping us, then there may be public things that y'all are doing that we may be able to support as a result of the increased revenue coming in. And I know that we've talked about the legislation with the debushing and thing. The AG has actually the drafts before him now. So I'm hopeful that that will also help us raise some additional funds to be able to offset a number of these things that we should be doing. I don't know if Minister Charles Griffith is here. Minister Griffith, could you please meet with Carla and let us get these youth groups going? And I want them zonally, north, south, east, west, because that way we can have 4 groups and let them compete against each other from an environmental perspective. Okay? And this is the kind of mass-based movement, Carla, that we need. Thank you very much.
Good night to the head table.
Sir, his name is Michael Grant. He is a returning national.
Sure. Just by way of housekeeping again, so that we don't lose track of where we are. If you are planning to speak and you have not yet gone to the desk at the back, please do so now so they can give you a number and take the information. And once they've taken your information, then you need to take one of these seats, these red seats down the middle. And from there, you'll come to the mic, say what you have to say, and then you can sit anywhere else. This is important because we need to get the contact information. Again, for updating Mr. Goodrich, Carlos Goodrich, who had spoken earlier about an issue with this ZR permit, taxi permit. I've gotten some feedback from the Transport Authority, and they have given me some instructions for you. So please talk to me before you leave, and I'll tell you what you need to do to get that expedited.
That's what it's called, delivery promptly. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Grant.
Michael Grant, St. Michael's, West Central.
Address.
St. Michael's, West Central. Oh. My problem is with Fairfield Cross. Fairfield Main Road.
Thank you.
My problem is with Fairfield Cross Road. That street getting so bad. And the street ran from off of Fairfield straight across to Wavell Avenue. So I come here tonight to find out from the Minister of Transport and Works if she have that road on her agenda to be fixed. I need it to be paved because people coming to me complaining about that road over there. So I don't know if you familiar with that road.
I am very familiar with the road. Just to say that the paving crew, we've been relooking a number of the roads that residents have been complaining about across the various communities. We do have a schedule from now until the end of December, and we're in the process of reviewing a number of the roads that, again, have further deteriorated as a result of the heavy rainfall in recent months. So I can certainly have the staff, I'm sure Mr. Judah would have no doubt had that as one of the roads that would have been assessed, but I will ask the team certainly to review it and to see if we can fit it within the work schedule.
Because I want to report progress as far as that road is concerned. A question to the Prime Minister. you have a starting date for the National Stadium to be fixed?
Right. As far as I know, William, you can speak. The environmental impact assessment is being done. We're still a country governed by the rule of law, Michael, and therefore the AIA has to be done. As you know, when I met China in June, they committed formally to the stadium. We have indicated that we would like to do a part of it as well ourselves by putting in a second stand, but that is not going to stop the commencement of the work. Having said that, William, you want to come and address the issue of the EIA and the planning application so that people know that we're not sitting down twiddling our thumbs, but doing the essential work that's necessary in order for a project of that size to be undertaken. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Obviously, the National Stadium is a big infrastructure project for the country, and it involves lots of things: the social side of things, the traffic, parking, how it will treat with the water that's available. All those things go in to make up an environmental impact assessment. All of those are put together. The Sports Council has chosen somebody. I've told them that the environmental impact assessment has to be done in 4 weeks, so that as soon as that is completed, we can complete all the other processes and start. We're looking at a tentative start date for March, April of next year. In addition, we're also looking to give the National Stadium more space as well, which would mean a redirection of the road, as well as we're looking to do a warm-up track, a 400-meter warm-up track in the vicinity, right next to the stadium as well. As the Prime Minister said, what we're hoping to do is phase 1, do the stands on one side, but phase 2 will put a mirror stand on the other side, which will carry, we're looking to carry about 18,000 people in the stadium. Right now, the stadium only carries 6,000, so when we're finished, we're looking to treble the number of people that the stadium will be able to carry for the people of Barbados.
So the work on the stadium would take you down to 2025?
We're
looking to
it
start.
may go beyond that, Michael. So let us be very clear. We would also have lost time because of COVID, because the initial commitment came before COVID, and then nothing happened for 3 years, as you know, because of COVID. But when the work starts, it'll probably take about 3 years to do, and that's why, if you recall, the current stadium that we are now abandoning, effectively, has been around, Frank Gill, for how long? 50 years? So that this one that we're building, we expect to last the country at least 50, 60 years. I would have loved that this was done and addressed at a time when the country had more money or when we were not in an IMF program. But the reality is that the combination of features has led to the delay, but we are not slacking off. We have a request also from the University of the West Indies to help us, and Minister Griffith, you reinforced it again today, that the University of the West Indies has asked for help with respect to being able to deal with the trap at the Usain Bolt complex in order to ensure that the country still has access to the facilities that are necessary to get our athletes going. Okay? So once this is done, hopefully, and the initial design from the Chinese just had a 200-meter warm-up track, and we sent it back and said, no, we need a 400-meter track. That would have been responsible then for another 2 months delay since we came back from China. But we're now in a position for the environmental impact assessment to be done, as you heard from William. And that is without prejudice to whatever else we want to do after there, even with the redirection of the road. So we hope that it will start next year. But I'm not fooling anybody. This is not a 1-year project or even a 2-year project. This is a significant project because we're building a major facility for the benefit of the country that is intended to last for the next 50 to 75 years. Okay?
Before you go, though, I want to congratulate you for the great job that you really doing for this country.
Thank you, but it's not me alone. You see the team here and the rest of the team working hard. It takes all of us. It takes, just as it takes a village to raise a child, it takes all of us to be able to do the work that we're doing in the country. Okay?
If you was a sleeper, Prime Minister, it would never happen, but I congratulate you.
Number 10.
Good evening. You catch me napping? Let me put on my mask a little bit. Because I don't want to distract you, huh? Not really. It's because, like the person that went to the dentist and in return, I'm also under the reconstruction of the dentist. Okay? Right, gotcha. I want also to...
What's your name and address?
Bryden Springer from Apple Grove, Black Rock, St. Michael. I want to say on the outset that congratulations to my MP, Honorable Ian Gooden Edgell. He's doing a very good job, St. Michael West Central. His finger is on the pulse. And even though I will put in a recommendation now that he has an assistant because he's always out, and he still makes and find time to visit, I can say, a person like me, right? What I'm here about tonight is very simple. 20 years ago, when the late Owen Seymour also talked about implementation deficit, I was en route to England. That caused me to change my career path. And I made hay while the sun shines. Lo and behold, I have in my hand recommendations for the accident and emergency. It was hard to get. In the recommendation, it speaks directly to how the QEH can benefit from supply chain expertise. It also spoke directly to continuous improvement. It also spoke directly to the traditional linear process and the accident emergency. I am here simply to ask for who I can sit to have a direct conversation with pertaining to help nation building in relation to the accident and emergency. I stand here not as a neophyte, but as a person who has spent 9 years taking my wife through that department and the whole entire QEH. She subsequently passed away. But what I will say here is that I have the technical, the professional, and the personal experience we call moments of the truth to help bring about or to stop or to avert any implementation deficit in getting that institution operationalized.
I will arrange the meeting for you, sir, Mr. Springer.
Yes, ma'am.
And Roy will link it up, and it will probably be within the next few weeks, but probably sooner rather than later. And the only reason I say so is that I know that the agenda is fairly hectic with Independence coming up, but I will try to make it within the next 2 weeks before then, and if not, immediately after in early December. But I'll try and bring the relevant people together.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you very
sir.
much.
If you have a document that you said you want to share ahead of time so that they can prepare for the meeting and don't come to the meeting cold.
I am not coming to the meeting cold.
No, the people who I'm going to bring. So you may want to give it to Ian, since Ian and you see
Yes.
each other.
Yes.
And then Ian can share it with me and whoever else as a former Minister of Health himself.
Yes, please.
Okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir.
Appreciate it.
Much appreciated. Thank you. I'm feeling very warm this evening about the extent to which people are responding in a positive way towards nation building of this our country, because this is what we need. Thank you, sir. Number 11.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Goodrich, and I live in Chapman Street, St. Michael. Now, some gaps are extremely small, so people are forced to bring their garbage on the road in Chapman Street. Now, I don't work. I started my own business at home, selling food and natural juices and stuff. I am forced not to do it because of all the garbage that is piled up next door by my neighbors, all in the road in Chapman Street. It's ridiculous. The smell of the garbage, everything about it is just ridiculous. I just can't function.
So you need us to have it followed up and to determine about a more regular collection?
Yes, please, because I'm an asthmatic and I have children. I have children at home also, and it's making us sick. So we can't function in that kind of environment.
I think part of the issue was, and Santi has reminded me, that the need for the smaller trucks, which I believe that the SSA is trying to procure now, because it isn't only the big trucks, because the big trucks can get through some of those smaller roads.
Exactly.
So, and Corey, if you follow up with us on SSA, please, for Ms. Goodrich. Go ahead, ma'am.
Washing down the roads. On Wednesday, trucks from sanitation come with one hose between 3 and 4 in the morning, but 2 hoses will be more appropriate to get in the gutters, because the gutters and the cut rocks by the sidewalk and stuff, they can't get down in there, and there's a lot of mosquitoes and stuff in the area, causing a lot of dengue issues and stuff. When we spoke to personnel in the depot in Reed Street, they told us that the hose is actually for gutters, for the streets and not for the gutters. So I don't know what will happen there.
We will find out what it is, because they must have something to be able to clean the gutters. In fact, the gutter, right? And then we'll speak to them.
Right. Well, almost 3 to 4 years living in Chapman Street, most of the potholes were patched on Friday and yesterday, after contacting the depot from 2001. But thanks to Miss Bradshaw, because she was in the area making sure that the potholes and stuff were patched on Friday in the extremely hot sun. There are some old cars in the neighborhood also that sometimes the children will get scrapes and scratches, like when they're walking the road, a lot of old cars to get tetanus. Even myself, if I walk the road and stuff, harboring a lot of rodents and flying cockroaches and all kind of stuff. So that's another issue that needs to be dealt with also. Another thing.
The Deputy Prime Minister is saying that she would have reported to Minister Ford since last week, but I will ask Mr. Morris also to follow up and make sure that we can get these things from the collection of the cars that shouldn't be there. And this is why I asked the AG to speak just now to the question of neighborliness and duty of care, because we understand that people sometimes need to earn a living. That's why under Davidson's ministry, the first Mechanics Bay will open. When is it going to open, sir? Early in the new year, which will allow us to take mechanics from being in communities and to put them in an area where they can assist one another. We want to do more of them, as I indicated. I think the next one is planned for six roads in St. Philip, but we're going to need far more of them. But where we have not reached people in communities, I'm going to ask and appeal to those who are doing mechanical work or body work to remember that other people live in the district. And technically speaking, town planning can really come and shut you down. But it's just that in many instances, we understand that people need to support the families. But if you're going to get a little slack, then you got to get a little slack too. And therefore, you've got to be conscious that with people around, that they don't want rats and other things to be out there. They don't want, as you just said, people to be passing and scratching and risking tetanus or something. So please, continue,
Right.
ma'am.
A general statement, inadequate housing. A lot of people in my neighborhood, have issues in terms of housing and stuff. A lot of people are renting and rent is high. Every minute landlords looking to carry up rent and crying out and a lot of things. People don't have any jobs. So sometimes it does be hard, and if you get low work, it's be like a couple months here, a couple months there. Like I said, I was doing my own thing at home because I wasn't getting any work at a period of time. Now, ain't nothing coming there because my situation with the garbage and stuff like that. So that's another thing. So in terms of like housing, that's another good thing too, because I myself, I applied at National Housing since 2013. This is 2023, and up to now I can't get a positive response at all. They also applied at Urban. Nothing positive there over the years from 2013. So that's another issue there.
Urban will only repair. Urban doesn't provide or build houses from scratch, so it's really NHC. But suffice it to say that that's why we've tried to set up the Hope Company, and we're basically trying to ramp up seriously now. When I spoke to the conference, it was a month ago, I indicated that there were some challenges, particularly at the staffing level, and we're resolving those now. As recent as this evening, I had another meeting, so that I really anticipate. It has taken us a while because we've lost the art of doing things at scale in this country. And it is almost like putting in place an industrial process for the construction of houses and homes, and we've also seeking to do it in an inflationary environment. In other words, the same way how everybody complaining that things going up, imagine what happening to construction materials or labor costs or everything, so you understand, and shipping. So we're trying to manage all of that, but I'm confident that by next year, early next year, you're going to see a flow start to ramp up that will help ease some of the pressure for persons like yourself and others. Okay?
No problem at all. Finally, too much people in my neighborhood are giving concerns about unemployment. Like I said, if you get work, it would be a couple months here, a couple months there, but then when there's no work, it leaving the youngsters to deal with drugs, all kind of stuff, and they don't really want to do it, but they are forced to because ain't really no income coming, and that's the only source of income and stuff. So if you could get some personnel, well, Corey knows because Corey would come to the neighborhood and stuff, and we would normally speak to him on the issues. But in terms of like some classes.
We're ready, that's the point. We're ready for some straight talk tonight now?
Yes, please.
Let me do some straight talk. Because I have said over and over, and I want to thank Minister of Education started a program for us about 15 months ago, 16 months, Construction Gateway.
Right.
And why? Because we still have a shortage of almost every tradesman in this country. Y'all believe that?
Yep.
No, I'm serious. Y'all believe that?
Yes.
Bottom line, William, you want to speak? Almost every tradesman we have a shortage of, but yet we have people who say they can't find work. I want to urge you, either your children, your nephew, your grandchildren, or yourself, if you're capable of being fit. And this isn't only about men, because they got women tiling, they got women doing all kinds of things too. Men and women. This country is going to go through a construction boom. It is starting. We had real problems with access to labor in the rebuilding of houses, and that's one of the reasons why the price of labor in this country for house building went straight up. And I'm going to let William speak to it. When he finished, I can then talk about the other things for the women and the computer and the other programs that we've put in place for which people can get jobs. In other words, what I'm saying is you can't sit down at home doing nothing and expect to get a job. You understand? People have to go and they have to get a skill. And I can put it another way. And I've been doing this for 30 years. Anybody, Rhonda, you here, you are my constituent. How much people when you come to me, your belly hurting you, who you go to? No, who you go to? A doctor. The sink at home block up, or the toilets block up, who you go to?
A plumber.
Okay, the roof leaking, who you go to?
Somebody.
You understand? You got to give somebody a reason to put the hand in the pocket and pull out money and give you. And you're not going to get it unless the person in a good mood and feel that they got a little extra in the pocket. So if you don't want to rely upon serendipity or the person in a good mood, you got to give them a reason to take the money out the pocket and pay you. If you are a welder, you can get work not just in Barbados, but you can go down to Guyana with all the oil companies. There's a shortage of welders in the region now. If you are a plumber, how many people in here ever see a poor plumber? I ain't never see a poor plumber yet. Because there's a shortage of plumbers in this country. Okay? And then for the first time, we also, if you have a little green thumb, or you feel you can raise little chickens or raise some sheep, Minister of Agriculture has been giving land out in St. Lucie, in Lares, in St. Philip, all about. So what I'm trying to say to you is that I'm begging everybody, here and not here, who listening, get your children. When last you see a young person going into joinery? When last you see a young person going into joinery? Huh? But yet a joiner is who is doing build cupboards before they even get to the fancy furniture, which we should be doing, because if you reproduce a Morris chair or any of those fancy chairs, people can do what? They can pay real money for it. You understand? So who are we looking in the mirror and seeing when we say we want a job? Somebody who is prepared to go and learn a skill? When you see, I'm going to any of the churches built 100 and 200 years ago, everything in the church straight. Not true? And they had the equipment that we got nowadays. So you got to ask yourself, how them was building so good? And now all of a sudden when we got all the tools and all the equipment, and we still seeing cricket lines and all kind of things. Or we still seeing things not being done neatly. So I thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. I know you see me stand up to pay tribute to you. Because this country will come and be an independence. The recognition that nobody is going to give us anything just so. And that in the same way that we understand that if you want to get somebody to give you money, even if you are a good comedian, at least people will come and pay you to listen to you. But you have to have a reason. If you are a good seamstress, you can make uniforms and make a little piece of change. And you need then us to teach you how to cost it out, because a lot of people is cost out and leave out the electricity and leave out the labor. You understand? And they're going to just tell you about X, Y, Z. So we will help you with those things. But what cannot happen, and this is where we talk about a culture of contentment that can lead to our destruction, is that we sit down believing that money is just going to drop out of the sky and come into your hand. That is lotto. And even lotto, you got to spend money to get money. So that I don't know what you expect if you're just sitting down and waiting for somebody to come. And that's why I say, are we ready for some real talk? This is one family called Barbados. And just like your mother or grandmother will call you in the kitchen and say, look, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, this is real talk tonight. And we got to get it right, because if we don't get it right, here's what's going to happen. The same people who need buildings build and come and tell me what, William? That they want to bring in labor.
They got to bring in labor.
Huh?
Well,
and if I don't let them do
work.
it, then the country not growing. If the country not growing, then we ain't earning taxes. And if we ain't earning taxes to do the roads and fix the things and do the hospital and do everything else, what's going to happen? So that what we really need now is almost an operation, what? To lift up and to let us begin to understand that we may not do everything perfectly, but we need to train ourselves. I can stand where I stand here if I didn't go and learn law. And to learn, I had to go and pay to learn. You understand? Previously, before, if you were an apprentice, your grandfather might have been an apprentice. He had to go and pay somebody to work with them, and he can't earn the same thing that the man teaching him was earning. Not true? Let me get straight. All right? William, continue, and I'll come back in on the IT, and then Marshall will come in after you. And I'll come back in after with the IT projects that we're doing. You can sit if you want, but he can answer your question.
Yes, so clearly we are definitely going to face a construction boom in Barbados. And even if we just look at the capital projects, between the hotel projects and all of the infrastructure, the geriatric hospital being built, the other hospitals that we're looking at, the ones in Warrens, that is just those large projects. But in addition, we still have all of the housing projects that we have to build as well. And when you add in all of the housing projects, and on top of that, you also have an urban renewal program that we're looking at as well. And if you put all of the numbers together, all of the people working on all these various projects, we will not have enough people and enough contractors to do all of the projects together. So we have to ramp up the construction gateway, and we encourage as many people as possible, get more people involved, because if you don't have those numbers, it means it takes longer to get the projects done. And as the Prime Minister said, if we don't have the numbers, investors are going to look to bring people in, and that's opportunities that our people could be getting. And it's not only in traditional building, we're also looking at other ways of building as well, using the reinforced steel, using also prefabricated buildings and putting those together. So not only looking at mortar and bricks, but also looking at other ways to build, and building it, as the Prime Minister said, in an industrial way, bringing in the parts, fitting it together, putting it on site, and making it available so that it's done in a quick time, and using it as an industrial system rather than as a brick system. So as many people as possible get out there and get involved in construction gateway. Well diggers, Prime Minister didn't mention. Well diggers, a big problem, not only for the houses, but also even for maintenance of the drainage situation. We have a major lack of well diggers. And of course, going with the well digging is the culverts, the drains, and all the things that lead into it. So construction is going to be big in Barbados. And even if you look on the area there by Bay Street, between Hyatt, Miss Daisy, another one hopefully going to Boatyard, and another one in between, just along there alone, 4 major projects, and also the rejuvenation of the existing buildings that we're looking at as well. So we are working at about 100. Royalton is about to start. Pendry is going as well. Airport, as you know, will be coming. So we are looking and working on over 110 different projects in construction in the infrastructure department. So you can imagine, and that is just the big ones, not to mention all the houses as well. So a lot to be done.
Thank you. I'm just reflecting on the question of scale. The construction gateway, as Prime Minister, as you said, and Minister Duguid said, really has to be scaled up in terms of the number of spaces that are available, because we want people to sign up, but we want to make sure that we can capture them. But Prime Minister, we also spoke about another approach, which is to be able to bring this training to communities. We were talking about projects that we thought communities could benefit from, and I know that was one that I presented, to be able to have some master artisan, master craftsmen from within the community who have come to me, for example, and said, look, I have 3 joiners in Bridenhill alone. And they've come and said, look, some of these young people that are right next door to me, I want to be able to train them right here at my workshop where I am. So I think that if we could incorporate that approach, Construction Gateway at the national level would not have to catch everybody. But I also think that the odds of actually getting these young people to go next door or to go to the mechanic down the road might be an approach that we would want to look at, because I know that my folks are ready to go.
I'd like you to invite you to write up something that will allow us to see what the costs are, and TVET really is the agency that matches the payment by employers for training, and these joiners are effectively still employers, and they therefore can manage the apprenticeship system, but perhaps with some tweaks, and that's why I'm asking you to write it up in a way that allows us to be able to invest some money. We're coming up to the estimates for next year, but I may even be prepared to pull something out for the last quarter of the financial year from January, rather than waiting to April to start. Okay?
Thank you.
I also want, because some of you may say, well, I'm not interested in the construction. I got you too. Because that is why we have started the program sponsored by the Student Revolving Loan Fund, and it's at 2 levels. Some who want to do cybersecurity, that's a 4-month training program. And as I explained, at the end of the 4 months, we had 140 people start, 120 finished. All 120 bar none, after 4 months of training, are earning $5,000 a month or more. All. ALLK. We are now about to attract 2,000 people to do what they call the AI one. The 2-month, and this is a 2-month course. It is not as complex as the cybersecurity. That's why it's only 2 months of training. And those people are likely to start, and most of them will get jobs, and they are likely to start at $2,500 a month. And that is starting, because if you continue to train, where you're going to go. Now, all of these jobs are not about here. These ones are predominantly in Canada. Last week in Saudi Arabia, I also spoke once again to the Canadians who are looking to work with the Saudis and the Qataris and also doing more of these courses. And the 2,000 jobs, I said at the conference a month ago, the truth is that they want 10,000. But I'm frightened to commit to 10,000 until I know I could get 10,000 people interested about here. Because the one thing you don't do is commit and get a bad name. You understand? So we start with the 2,000. But if the demand is there, Kay, and the people are coming forward, ma'am, then of course we can get it. When I went to Canada, I met with the people in Canada 3 weeks ago. So this is not speculative. These are the people who hired the 140. 3 of the 120, 3 of the 120 left and went to Canada to live. The other 117 live in Barbados and are doing the work from here. And they want more of them too. And the question is what we've done, because this is not education, it's training. So the Student Revolving Loan Fund puts up the $8,000 a month or whatever it is, and you get your laptop and the various other training materials that you need, and you repay over 2 or 3 years. And that way, what happens, ma'am? Everybody will get peace, right? And that is what we're doing. We can get as many jobs as we need in this area. So that when you hear me say global citizen with Bajan roots, this is what we're talking about. And Kirk, please talk about the experience when I was walking with you in the Bayland. What happened? And this is why I said this is time for some straight talk. We in family now. We in family mode. Because I am not going to agree that people just say, well, I can't get what you want or you want to start. Anybody who started at the top, Earl Barr used to tell you is a grave digger. That's what the father of independence told us. Huh? I lie? That's what he told us. Kirk, please.
Hey, thanks, PM. So I was just reminding PM, when we were canvassing before we won the election in 2017, we were in the Bayland, so this is before I was an MP. And we were actually on a block, and the guys were saying, man, we want work. You know the conversation, man, we want work. And PM said, I promise y'all, I promise you, if you go and study, which wasn't PM then, if you go and do a course, when we come in, we're going to offer courses. You do a course, you can get a job. We on that entire block, only 2 of my boys decided to go and do something. It was a massive block. Man, these people know about 20-something, 30 youngsters. This is a big block. And only 2 decided to study and go and do a course. Both of those guys are working. They've been working for a while now. And both went and learned, and they're working in the area that they studied in. I have a number of younger people too who come to me. We all get the conversation. I'm looking for work, looking for work. I'm looking for work, meaning I want a job in the government. And, you know, when I say, but, you know, the opportunities that exist in the private sector too, if you just learn a skill. So slowly now, the people, and you would find this true, I mean, you don't have to study it scientifically. The persons for whom we as MPs are easier to get a job for, we find it easier to get a job for, people who go and do something, you get a skill. But FPM, you want real talk, the real talk is this though. Even when you get a job, a number of young people know, we had a challenge because I used to say, I think I heard PM say, but we used to say, there are a number of young men who do not know what it is to get up in the morning, wash their face, brush their teeth, get dressed, and go to work. They don't know, take a bath, and go to work, Like, they don't know what it is. They have never worked between 18 to like 30, many of them. So when we finally encourage people to get a job and they start to work, they come with a mindset. So the problem isn't necessarily work, you know. It's a mindset to go out there and hustle for it. People say things to me like, you don't know what it is to hustle. Can't know my life. A man once said to me very recently, man, you don't know when a boss man telling you things all the time, you got to deal with he is God ready. You don't know what it is to have your boss man telling you things. I say, you know me, Motley? I don't know what it is to got a boss telling me things. So at the end of the day, there is a mindset shift. We really got to do some work. Corey and I spend a lot of nights, you all don't know, going from community to community doing reasoning and trying to understand, you know, what it is that person's dealing with. But the reality is that if you want to get somewhere, you got to meet us halfway. Meet us quarter way. Just put a little bit of effort in, because there's never been in this country as much opportunity for training as there is now. There's never been in this country as much opportunity for training as there is now. And I just wish people would come forward and take advantage of these many opportunities so that we could continue to do for Barbados the good that Barbados has done for all of us.
Goodrich, how many people in here know about the fact that the government and we're one of the few governments in the world to do it, that you can get courses on Coursera free of charge online? How many people know? Okay. And the director of the National Transformation Initiative just texted me, because she's obviously watching this, and just says, ma'am, this is a course, there is a course called Introduction to Generative AI, and we have it on Coursera for Bajans to do. It takes 40 minutes to do, and it is free. The course I started to talk to just now that will start people at $2,500 and up is effectively generative AI. When you go on Google, you think the information has just come so, right? Well, somebody has to input the information. And the people actually said to us that they want Bajans, which is why I can start with the 2,000. But I want Bajans to want them too. So that means go home, talk to your family, the ones that you know ain't working, and get them to come forward. As God is my witness, Kay, if you get 10,000 instead of 2,000, I will help the Student Revolving Loan Fund get the opportunities for the people in this country. But what I cannot do is that having brought the courses here, having got 15,000 courses on Coursera free, having paid for people to go to university free of charge, having ensured that we can expand courses at the Polytechnic, the Institute of Technology, sorry, showing my age, and the community college, and then the construction gateway. We can't bring the people to study. You got to go home and talk at home and in the communities and tell them, get up and come forward. Because when you get up and come forward, you can start to feel like a man and a woman and know the dignity of what it is to get your own paycheck. I like Rhonda. You understand? And I can only want to hear the old people tell you can bring a horse to water, but you can't do what? Well, we bring the courses, but we can't make them take it. So that I'm begging us in here now, please. And understand this, you're not doing me a favor. You're doing yourself a favor. And why? Because if you don't change the direction, then you are going to find yourself at the mercy of somebody. Do you want to give me $20 to eat? Do you want to give me $10 to do X? Do you want to give me $50 to do ABC? Rather than being able to do it. And when you do it, remember you weren't earning last week or last month. So whatever you get, take piece and carry by the credit union and put down every week. You understand? Because you wasn't earning last week. So if you're getting $300 or $500 now a week, you can still go and put down $30 or $50 because you was living on zero. You understand? And that is the kind of real talk that we need about this country. Because this country can make it. And I want to say, all the talk, and I hear all the naysayers and everything, don't believe me. There is a there's a journal that bankers, the central bankers and all the bankers, the head of CIBC, the head of World Bank, the head of Republic, all of them so would read that journal. The central bank governor, all of them so would read it. What does it, and it's called Insider Monkey, what does it say today, yesterday? Published November 18th, 2023 at 2:19 p.m. There are 5 countries with the best economy in the world today. Number 5, let me go the other way. Number 1 is Guyana. And we know why. And it's a lesson in life. A lesson in life. Because all the years when Guyanese came here to build back, if you go and see the Guyanese who were working here and see the level of construction that they're doing in Guyana, it will blow your mind. But where did they learn their skills? Where did they learn to do the high-end finishes? I can't hear you. Oh. And Guyana, 38.4%. Not even China up in there. Number 2, Panama, growing at 6%. Number 3, United States of America that everybody want to go to in the past, 4.9%. Iceland, another little island, coal, in fact, facing volcanic eruptions, as we saw this morning, 4.5%. You know who is number 5? You know who is number 5? Barbados. Okay, out of 193 countries across the world, 4% in the first 9 months of this year. I don't want it to be only this year. I don't want it to be only this year. But an economy does not grow by accident. And all the projects that William talked about, and all the skills that we're doing with the computer training and the Coursera and everything, if we don't get our people to come forward, we are not going to be able to keep the growth that we need. And then, Carla, you talked about the declining population of turtles. But before you can talk about the declining population of turtles, let's talk about the declining population of Bajans. In 2010, we had 287,000 people registered, Marsha, or somewhere around there. And now the 10th census that has come out is 269,000. Trevor, you and Don Blackman used to talk certain things. And in spite of all the talk and all that you have done, the population declining. You understand? So that how do we, and you can't grow at the rate that you need to grow at when the number of people to lift the tables, to lift and do the heavy lifting are not there. So that we have to have a serious conversation, because I am 58. It's unlikely that I can live another 50 years. But those of you who are young need to be able to know that you can live in a country that is building out for you. And you can't build out by bringing 3 people to hold a table that need 10 people to lift it. Huh? So please, I know there are a lot of people tonight, but we had to pause and have this conversation, Ms. Goodrich. Thank you very much. And that's why I stood up to salute you earlier. Thank you. Who's next? Is 11? 12? Number 12.
Good night. My name is Mark Brooms. I currently reside in Phase 2, Barbie's Garden, Phase 2, Barbie's Garden. My first complaint is the movement or relocation of the residents of Chapman to Phase 2, Barbie's Garden. We had a little lawsuit, I guess, against the sewage plant. Currently, this is from since 2010 or 9. Up to now, nothing hasn't happened yet, as yet. Furthermore, the lawyer.
This was the one where this is where Bobby was the lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Right,
you can check on it for them. You may not know off the top of your head. But we will check it out for you, Mark.
Okay.
And Mr. Morris will get back to you and let you know.
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, y'all will have to also decide who has replaced Bobby. I don't think Bobby was working alone, but you can meet with his office and find out too.
Yes, because
Okay?
some people tried out already, but it was getting run around all the time. So.
No problem, but he not with
No,
us
yeah,
on
I
this
know-
earth
I know
anymore.
that, yes.
And I can assure you that if he was, he would be here making a noise for you. But AG will check on it, and Roy should have your number. We'll update you.
Yes. The second problem is, ma'am, well, I have a little property in Chapman Lane. My father passed away and leave it for me next to the mouth of the canal, too, right? And when the people was rebuilding the canal, as they was moving some trees and things that caused some damages and things to the shop, right? And now I was hearing that they said they were looking to relocate the people at the mouth of the canal because of the flooding. So I'm still waiting to find out to hear from you all what is really going on or what's supposed to happen.
I'd like you to meet with the lady up there who is the director of the Urban Development Commission. I know that the ones that they were focusing on were the residents who were living there, but I know where your shop is too.
Yes.
And the issue is, I'm not sure whether your shop is one of the ones that would have to move or not. Okay? This is why I also miss Mr. Tudor, because Mr. Tudor was one of the people down there with me in and out trying to resolve these issues in the middle of COVID, but we can get there. Okay? And I think that they're getting ready to build the houses soon for the persons. And if we doubted that the canal is flood and will flood, we are going to get extraordinary rain. And when we say we want to become resilient, it is to be able to protect ourselves against it, not that we can stop it. You understand? Mitigate is where we try to stop it. But if the temperatures are already hitting 2 degrees yesterday, you would understand that the chances of stopping it are not great. And that's why when we go to Dubai in a few weeks' time, we're going to be trying to get people to say, look, the quickest way to stop this temperature is actually methane. Oil companies is let the gas and is going to flare it instead of capturing it. Garbage dumps is a source of methane. And we got to find a way of capturing the methane from garbage dumps. And then, believe it or not, what's the other big source of methane? Cows.
Pigs.
Livestock, pigs, you got it. So we have to find different agricultural practices to be able to contain it, and then we need to be planting more trees, as we said, in order to do the carbon sink. The big work that still has to be done is for us to understand how the ocean can help us too. And that's why I say that Barbados is a large ocean state on the frontier. When the world is looking for something to help save the planet and the biodiversity, we are there. So that's why people like Carla and them, and the young people I want to encourage, is to help us in that effort. Okay? So, Sonia, you will meet with Mark, and let's see. Thank you. Next. Number 13, come.
13. Good night, Prime Minister. Good night to the head table. I got a problem here tonight.
Name?
Nigel Bailey.
Are you living the farm?
Yeah, Ferniehurst, Black Rock. I have a son. He's 21 years today. He's 21 right now. He got license when he was 16 years as a schoolboy. Good. I work in the Bridgetown port. I drive taxi. I am on my way out doing taxi work right now. I want my son to continue my business. I went to the insurance. The insurance told me that they will put him on to my insurance. I went to the All About. The Port Authority said they will bring him in the port to drive taxi in my space. But the license now, to get the acne license, moved from, I think, from 18 to 25. I went to license authority to say it's 25 years. Prime Minister, I would like, and a lot of young people out there is very frustrated about it, that were glad to drive taxi, but they cannot do it because they have to wait to 25 to get the acne license. I know law is law, You get it?
I must confess, Nigel, I really don't know. And I
Yeah.
will ask Santi to check and to find out what is the public policy reason. I want you all to learn what I tell the cabinet and the public servants every day for the last 5 years, because you will better understand how we govern. What is the public purpose? We're
I
going to
know that.
deconstruct and reconstruct. What is the public purpose of moving it from 18 to 25 or moving it from 25 to 21? If
From
we did,
18 to
no, I'm
25.
saying that if I just use that as an example.
Yeah.
And then what is the public mischief? Because sometimes there is something that can cause problems. And is there a way that technology can help us solve this issue? In this instance, no, because we're dealing purely with human being driving a car. And then who are the winners and who are the losers?
I know it's very hard.
So that we need to be able to check. Santia gives us the assurance she will check on it for you and see what the age is, because I wasn't aware of taxis, that's the truth.
Yeah.
So it might be the heavy duty.
Thanks, PM. I don't have a recollection that we had touched it in relation to taxis. What we had done recently was to increase the age in relation to persons using the PSVs.
Yeah.
Right? Because obviously there was a lot of concern in terms of the recklessness on the road.
Correct.
And then, of course, the persons who wanted to drive the heavy-duty vehicles, we had lowered it to the 18 to allow them to do it, so that it would be consistent with government's courses where we were encouraging young people to get involved in driving the heavy-duty vehicles.
Yeah.
So I will check on it, but I'm not sure that it actually relates to the taxis unless it is the PSVs that we're talking about.
Yeah, I went to license authority and they say that it's moved from 18 to 25 and then cannot do nothing about it. So I would like you to check it.
Between Santi and the AG, we'll check it by tomorrow.
Yeah.
You'll get an answer before midday.
Yeah,
All
check
right?
it for me, okay?
Thank you,
Because
sir.
he's very disappointed, you know, and I would like to take my business and put it in a stranger hand. So I want you to check it.
I'm far from that. When Tom Adams introduced this thing of empowering persons with transport licenses, it is that he wanted it to be able to pass on from one generation to the next as a property right. Now, the truth is that a lot of our people get licenses and a lot of them take them and sell them off too. Not true?
True.
Oh,
It's true.
Well, I want people to know that wealth is not cash. You know that you could got cash in your hand one day and the next day don't got cash. Wealth is when you start to pass it from one generation to the next. Okay? So I salute you for that.
Yeah.
But by the same token, we will check for you and find out, because I can't understand what would be the public purpose. I may even understand 21. You understand? But not 25 for a taxi. For a heavy duty piece of equipment, I understand why, because effectively it is a weapon of mass destruction. Although you might argue that a taxi driven improperly can also be that too, and that's why the demerit points and those things are going to be critical for us to hold people. But 21 is a responsible person. And if we can vote at 18 and do all the other things, I think we have to begin to understand and appreciate. You got to trust people, but you have to hold them account. You give people a chance, you do it a second time, you get a warning, third time, you're a recidivist. You're a repeat offender. Okay?
Well, I feel a lot better tonight.
Thank you, my brother.
Check on it.
Take care.
Thank you.
A blessed good night. A blessed good night, everybody. The honor is mine to be here to address the leaders of this country. The reason, my name is Rodney Holder, live at Ellis Village, Halls Road, St. Michael. My main reason for being here is because of my daughter. Madam Prime Minister, the whole nation should be behind you and your team trying to get this country forward. We need to do this here for the children. The next 100 years, not one of we gonna be in this room here, gonna be alive. We children and grandchildren is who gonna be carrying on. We legacy is who gonna be picking up the steps where we left off. On that note, Mom, I would just like to draw a few, I should say, things that I see going on. I hope that it may touch not only you, but the whoever ministers that them could pick something from what you bring in here tonight. Thank you. In this country here, man, we have a social problem, and one of the things that help to add fuel to the fire is COVID. The shutdown, the lockdown, things had to reset. Here in this country here, we got 3 major issues affecting the island. The family settings, the school settings, and they would bracket off and say the prison setting as well. And these here will fall under the subheading of the course. Like, for each, I got advantages and disadvantages, and I explain myself. For the families, father figures, social issues, that is the main thing affecting them. We got to deal with a solution for that. My thing is outreach to the children, implementation of social programs, and an updated welfare system. And just not to stray, but to speak on that point, the welfare system to me in this country is, to me, obsolete. We need to get these systems digitalized. Doing these things will make it easier for both the ministries to keep a cap on everything, be guided accordingly, and also the recipients, which will be the families, will not be at a disadvantage. Up to last week, I met a friend of mine. She had to give her something. She told me that they take me off of the 6 months thing. It shouldn't be happening. Digital system, that is the way forward. The schools plagued now with bullying, lawlessness, and the van culture. My solution for consistent anti-bullying campaign. Too often we starting things, we talking good, and after a few months we done with it. There should be something pressing all the time. Drug awareness programs. These things too few. Once a term or once a school year. These should be something ringing in the children's ears. Career showcase mentorship programs and police interactions. I believe going forward, you've got to look to take the good from other people, like I would say other countries. The Jamaica police force adopt a policy where them actually engaging in inter-school relations with the children, into community programs as well. When my daughter was little and she see a police jeep, she be police. As she get older, she want to see that. That there is a stop. Police is part of our community. We need to get it there. The prison, the factors affecting prison, outdated laws, inadequate certified training for the prisoners and the officers, and lacking of agricultural projects. The prison should be providing the geriatric hospital, the psychiatric hospital, ease the bill that the government pay, but the sweat of the brow, let them pay it back. My solution for that would be an update, and this will go to the Attorney General, update the constitutional law to accommodate the direction of change. Saying that to say this, we're going forward to a digital aspect of things, and people can got the I am one who crying it down. We're going forward. It's going to be better. It will be better.
What do you mean specifically on the last point?
Pardon?
On the last point, you mean?
Update the Constitution. The laws currently governing the prison, ma'am, these is old laws. To put it in a nutshell, the prisoners know the inside out. Right now, these things need change and updating. The crimes that are being committed, upgrading, so the law got upgraded as well. The WhatsApp that was on my phone and all that anymore, they're updating it all the time, and we need to go forward in that same direction. The court system suffering from overload, and my solution for that would be separation of powers. Once again, an updated system, and the court covering video link. Separation of powers, too many matters falling under one body, like you said, 3 people can't live at a table that 10 people can live. You cannot kill the magistrates, you cannot crucify the judges. We need to be able to function on floor, and to me, breaking it up, gang court maybe would be better to single out that from other crimes, so a magistrate would just deal with certain issues. Police. Well, the disadvantage to the police force, as I see it, is an anti-society and the timing for cases. When I say anti-society, it's be like police come there, something happen, the body don't want to talk with them. But if it happened to me, I calling them, well, this thing happened and that thing happened. Them things don't be right. Solutions, routine community walkthroughs, regular school visits, interactions with teachers, pupils, parents, court appearance for cases to conclude. And once again, digital, computer, video link. A police officer, for whatever reason, may not be able to engage the court as to be attending there present, but through video link, he could be able to give evidence, let the case proceed forward. The government, this is, y'all know. Well, I ain't got the dunks for y'all, I got, we should say the stronghold. Y'all know stronghold is media, social media, and sponsorship. I admire this government taking nothing and making something out of it, and take that something and make much more. Barbados ain't got no bauxite, we ain't got no oil, we ain't got nothing. We got sound-minded individuals that looking to carry this country forward. Sponsorship. Characters, I don't want to call nobody thing out of context, but you got characters, you got Kuman, you got things. For me, in the prison, you got too much parks and got benches, and you got, then the prison should be photocopying these things, benches and picnic tables. We got a social problem, we want people outside, come and start socializing with one another, picnicking and that kind of thing again. And I would just finish off on this, my proposed order of business. 1, community outreach to attain full cooperation with the public. 2, social media to be flanked with educating the public with the progress step by step. And that would mean amendments to the laws. Ma'am, tonight you ask if who know something pertaining to the law, and just like 4 people put up their hand. A lot of people are uneducated. We need to educate the public. Too much nonsense and a lot of foolishness hogging the social media. We need to put something out there, educating. And once again, like I said, picking out from another country, China. China's social media streamlined. There's be always something creative, always a content that building the country, showing the youngsters engaging in good activities. I mean, getting forward. That's where we need to be at. Too much people putting down the youth, and I got a lot of good young people out there. They either get on board or get left behind. This train going forward. Number 3, the school programs such as the drug awareness, the police interaction, the prison intervention and mentorship programs. I would say prison intervention, because my belief is a lot of the youngsters, like, once again, social media, we watching Van Wick, we watch all kinds of different action, we listening to all kinds of music and things, but we gotta give them a reality check. When a fella that's serving 25 years could come in front of school and talk to children that they're seeing, they say nothing that you watch on the thing, you seeing somebody could come and tell you, listen, I know give you 20 years, a quarter decade of my life. To me, these things is actually will make an imprint on them. Just instead of talking and saying, behave yourself. If you don't think you're going to go to prison, that ain't working. We need to show them there where we are in order for them to get where we want them to be. Number 4, laws to be amended where necessary. Now, this is something that for me, I ain't want to put nobody on the firing range, but to me, it's be take a little too. I don't know if it's tradition in this country though to take long to do things, but we a little too laggy with certain things. A lot of the, and how we know Gone Republic, this is the boost for everybody. And man, it's only one of y'all in here, right? And to me, like my thing is, if you can't beat them, join them. You should got more people, even if it's the opposition, come and give you a suggestion. Like you say, look, I didn't want to work with that, or you can work with it, because I may bring something, you may say, look, you know, he got right here, though I may work with that there. Because we working for one thing. It ain't about you winning or I winning. We win. We for the children, we for the country, we win.
Y'all could do a little better than that. Can you really want to give a big clap? Thank you.
Number five is the prison program again. And I just say like benches and tables for the parks, the schools, and cleanup campaigns. We got a problem here, which is sargassum and seaweed. Just as an example, that we got the coast look bad. Tourism is we business. Bring out a few fellas that come and work. I remember as a little fella coming and saying down with government, bottom government, here a fella there with a hoe and a shovel, and an officer standing up there and watching them there. They had to come out and work. They could come on the beach, clean up the beach, use the sargassum and seaweed, we put it back to agriculture law. People doing a lot of things with it. We need to be creative. When saying it's a problem, so you start a problem, and you could do things with it and make it a solution. You could get something that could even create employment for somebody, making manure from these things, just as a suggestion. Again,
I think that there is a program where the Ministry of Environment uses people to help clean the beaches. But I think the AG also will have to speak, because there are certain limitations to how you can use prison labor, as you know, and you have to compensate even when you do that. Now, right now, the compensation is very small as well, too. So there's some issues that we have to confront. But you're absolutely correct. The Criminal Justice Reform AG, I'm going to let Corey first speak, then Kirk, and then the AG generally on the update on the criminal justice reform. We've had 2 major sessions for the year, and his draftsmen and different people I know have been working hard. And I know that Minister Abrams has also brought a paper for us to look at the corrections department and to start to get the legislation going. The truth is that I left that draft there long time ago there too. So we need to be able to move on a number of those things. But is there anything else you want before you wrap up? Because I know we have a lot of others coming.
I can wrap up shortly. Right. Prison upgrade for additional tradesmen. Relief for prisoners who relieve from prison. To me, we got a shortage of labor. Let me put skills. Let me deal with them. We need carpenters, we need plumbers, we need toilers, we need masons. Let the men work. That when a fella come out, because some of the fella may come out and get 9 CXCs. Who gonna hire him? You leave a reality. When he come out, you should be able to say, well, look, right now, William Structural got a job for me. Yeah, you know that 2 months in advance before you leave prison. Them got work for me. I got a job. Furthermore, if you got a little problem with housing, you could pay your rent, because it's all about money. Nobody ain't giving you nothing. Like you said, Madam Prime Minister, you're working for your keep. And the last thing, ma'am, my last point would be court processing through the clearing of the backlogs for the upgrade of the parole system. Because as it stands right now, I know for a fact that parole will be like a way off. But through digitalization again, which is my belief, we could get forward in a timely and much more speedily manner. With that being said, ma'am, I sincerely thank you for having me here, and I thank the rest of the cabinet. Thank you very much.
Mr. Holder, thank you. I'm going to ask the others to address you. And thank you for a comprehensive manifesto of ideas. You understand? Because that's a manifesto, that's not a few ideas. Corey?
Thank you, PM, and thank you to Mr. Holder as well. Mr. Holder would tell you, or he didn't tell you, the fact that when I first started on the mission, crime prevention, he's one of the first persons that would call me as someone who's very familiar with the prison service and so on. Through the Office of the Attorney General Crime Prevention, I can say that there are not very many colleagues here that can say that we've not reached out to work with them in one way or the other. The other thing I think Mr. Holder and Barbados can be happy about is that we've started to roll out a number of the programs that you did speak about just now, and that we spoke about over a year ago, working with the Ministry of Youth, People Empowerment, Ministry of Education, and obviously Home Affairs in relation to the prison reform. Even so, on Friday, Minister Abrams and myself will be coming to the prison for the Passover, but we also be launching a number of projects there. My colleague Marsha spoke about scale. And one of the issues with the prison reform, as you will know, is that because of security reasons, you could usually just do about 20 inmates at a time. When you know you had over 1,000 inmates, we got 722 or so now. But the fact is, we put in some teaching aids, some televisions and so on, so that we can do the same NTIs on the block. So we don't need officers to do 20 at a time, like we can do hundreds. Because to get our transformation that we talk a lot about, we have to have the scale. We can have impact by the numbers scale, and that's what can bring the transformation. Now, you spoke about a lot, but generally I just want to say is that the manifesto that you described to this room here, you've described to me, and we've already started to work on it. And it's something we will continue to work together on. Thank you very much. Kurt?
Thanks, Corey. And I want to say a very big thanks to you too for your delivery. So unassuming, but just so powerful, my brother. So thank you. Those were a number of very good ideas. The one I would try to address for you is in relation to welfare. And there are a number of Barbadians who depend on the welfare system. I know one of the senior welfare officers are here at the top of the room there. But I agree with you that we have to relook welfare. And I agree with you that welfare has to go digital. And I think you'd be happy to hear that we've started that process. In fact, we are now very advanced in that process. We are amalgamating, as you might have heard, I don't know, we're amalgamating the Welfare Department, Child Care Board, National Disabilities Unit, and the National Assistance Board. So the agency responsible for children, disabilities, for persons who are the vulnerable persons, and so on, bringing all four together. And the idea is to use computer technology. We already have the program, we've tested it, we've uploaded most of the records of all the Barbadians, so that on these records, instead of having to go from place to place and give the same information, one person, you report once, all the information is going to be there. The other thing we're going to do as part of, it's going digital. We have a Pulse MAS system, which is basically a computer system that allows us to do that. We are very advanced, and by the end of, definitely next year, we're going to launch this new department. The other thing that I think is important as part of the reform beyond going digital is, one, how we treat people. I think it's going to be critical that all of our agencies in the social services sector continue to improve the way we relate with the public. The public has expressed on numerous occasions that they don't feel they're treated well in some regard, and that's going to be a big part of it. Because for the most part, a person who comes to a welfare department or an agency under my ministry is already hurting. And, you know, if they're not treated with dignity, then that just enhances the hurt. And therefore, they may go out and do something else. I think these things have consequences. We've been working on that as well. And then the last point I will make is that as part of the amalgamation, well, 2 points. As part of the amalgamation, we're going to be having these centers in various communities across Barbados, so that instead of having to go to town or different places and go to Child Care Board or welfare, you go to your agency in the community, nobody knows why you're going in there. Your dignity is maintained, it's private, so you could be going for anything. It's not that you're going to welfare, people say, look, he or she going in welfare. You're going to this agency, it could be for anything. And you know, you don't have to go to the one in your community, go anywhere. Once you show up, they have to treat to you. And to make sure we have a system in place now to time the amount of time, to detail the time it takes for you to get a response. So that is all part of the transformation. This is not just talk. The senior sitting over there will tell you that we're very advanced. And in fact, by the middle of next year, I was hoping to tell you by the end of this year, but the middle of next year, we will be able to roll that out. And then the last one I would tell you about is the One Family program, which the Prime Minister was able to help us launch a few weeks, maybe 2 months at most now ago. That One Family program is a program that looks at the 1,000 most vulnerable families in Barbados, 1,000 at a time. And it addresses a number of concerns associated with that family. So that there are a number of things that are being addressed as part of the One Family program. It's really reforming the way we offer social services to people, so that you get the best of all the government social services, the best of housing, you get access to welfare. There's something, people think that the most important thing is welfare assistance. That may be the most urgent. People may think that getting access to counseling is one of the most important as well. That is also one of the most necessary. But part of that transformation is being able to have somebody to mentor you, to talk to you, to make you feel that you're important, to know that at the end of this transformation you get a job. Because most people who are on welfare don't wish to be on welfare. So to be able to break that cycle of poverty, these programs are going to be essential. And again, the thread that must go through this whole thing is that people need to be treated with dignity at the end of the day. Look, I am so impressed with the way you just stood there so calmly. The word the DPM uses, unassuming. And presented yourself with such grace. My man, I am so proud of you. And I look forward to us being able to have a conversation when I leave this stage, because I could see you being part of the transformation in the ministry too. So let us talk about how you can help me and help this country. Thank you very much, bro.
I'll try to be brief. The Prime Minister has asked that I mention what we're doing with relation to criminal justice reform, but let me say, though, that while you seem to have been focusing on the penal side of things, we have to accept that we have challenges on both the civil court in terms of how long cases take to go through the system, and we also have that challenge on the criminal side. We began to tackle the court system overall by increasing the number of judges significantly. But the biggest strides were made in relation to the criminal side of things. When we came to government, we found that there were only 2 judges who were doing criminal cases. And they were not doing criminal cases all the time. They would do criminal cases for 6 months, then they'd go back and do civil cases. We won't go into too much detail on it, but it meant that the level of expertise that they would develop from doing criminal cases all of the time just wasn't there. We began by increasing the number of judges on the criminal bench first to 5, and then we added another 3 last year. So in the space of about 4 years, we went from 2 judges doing criminal work to 8. We've increased the number of courtrooms. We've increased the staff at the Director of Public Prosecutions. You said, you referred to 3 people lifting a table when 10 could do it more easily. Well, we've actually been moving in the direction of that 10. But there are other things other reforms that are needed, and we're about to get criminal procedure rules in place very shortly. We are passing legislation to allow for judge-alone trials. We are also going to be introducing plea bargaining legislation so that an individual can say, I'm guilty, I don't want to go through the court system. If you will agree to give me 3 years instead of 12, we have a deal. That works. It works everywhere that it has been applied, and especially across the Caribbean. So that's another very important initiative that we're going to be doing. There are others, but it would take me a little long, and I want to give back the night to the Prime Minister and the members from the St. Michael constituencies.
Thank you very much. And we've had a very rich discussion on these issues. There's a lot more that can be said, but I think we've said enough to let you know that what is happening. But as Kirk said, he wants to engage with you. And I'd like to invite you also to be able, on the penal system, to write the Minister of Home Affairs, Wilfred Abrams, and copy it to me and the AG so that we can also work with you on that. Thank you, my brother. Number 15. He was number 14. Number 15. Number 15.
the congregation, the crowd, and the desk. I want to welcome Colin Williams, St. Michael West Central. I want
Not constituencies, Colin, address.
St. Michael West Central constituency.
No, not constituency,
Or
address.
Parish Development.
Thank you, my brother.
The area that Mike Sinker came from, I live there. Right. I want to welcome that young man, Mr. Holder. I will tell you why. What he did was a PR exercise, very much so. And that's what he comes tonight to talk about. Any organization, PR is not functioning well. It doesn't do well. PR is the thing for organizations. I think this party organization is very poor. I was just saying a couple of weeks. PR is very poor. And
Oh, you talking about the government?
yes, I think
Because
so.
we're not talking about party.
I
Tonight
thought-
is purely government.
Government,
So if you want to talk about party, I'm sure that you can come on a Sunday and
But
talk about
government
party.
also have to do a party.
No, not in here tonight, sir. Not in here tonight, sir. Colin,
All right, let me tell you
government
what.
and government alone.
All right, good. Let me just state what you're going to say then. For over a year, and many long time, I live in the area, Pillsdorf Development. What happened is that area, the last government let people mash up the water course and build houses down there. It's a complete annoyance, and if I would like somebody from this ministry, you, the Prime Minister, or somebody to come and see the area. It's horrible. I went to the nation before this thing happened. I went with the nation and spoke about the matters, because I was an environmental health officer. Let me know that. I spoke about the matters, okay? You asked, I think you asked, you had a meeting in town hall, you asked that it be looked after. Up to now, it's not being looked after. Let me tell you something. You have, this government, we have a department called environmental health. And you can send them home. Let me tell you something, they're not doing things that people want. I can say many complaints every day, I meet people saying that with them. They're not working. You have places like meet some foods and shops. If these people not coming out, investigate and doing this, checking these places, we be eating and using expired food, bad restaurant services, and those things so. And I find this department thing that is sport making. I went to Maria thing at the nation, she published this thing for me. She come in my place and she saw rock dropping in my tool house. It was well bad, it's pretty nation. Up to now, this is over a year gone, nearly a year gone or more. They came last 2 weeks ago and they look, nothing has not done. This place have water, mosquitoes breeding. I had dengue fever and I also had chikungunya. I went to catch it again. And let me tell you, I don't want to catch dengue fever nor chikungunya again. And let me say something, nothing is being done. And the problem when you talk about PR exercise is this. What the German says too, because if a PR exercise is not good, anywhere, it will not mean people will suffer because they're not reaching. What is happening here? You are coming here day after night at these different destinations and speaking and telling people to do things. And they're not being done. I know in a lot of cases people tell me that they're not being done. I'm saying something has to be done about it. Because if you are telling people that this thing do and you're not doing, well, something's wrong. You can't blame me. Something is wrong. I hope that you will push up your and let people know what's going wrong. And when you are given an exercise, listen, you give some person, I don't want to call your name, in here to come and check my issue. And I talked to the gentleman. He told me he was what? Teaching a class. I come back, he tell me that he was on holiday, and he never come to me. Never come to me. You imagine a person like me that was a member of this party from 1971 to today. Okay, let me show you something, look. 1971, no, look, a young fellow. I should be treated so bad. I should be treated so bad as a personal barbarous with that kind of way. It's horrible. Madam Prime Minister, I also want to congratulate you on you run this country and very fair. And I also want to feel good about you, about the issue you take on the international scene. It is something that should be taken about long ago, but the Prime Ministers of those days didn't seem to understand what was going on. I like how you put over your case to the international world, that small countries need help, and I hope that I see you're succeeding. I feel good about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Number 16.
Hi, good night. My name is Romel Ward from KFL St. Michael. I know there's other more important topics here tonight, so I'm going to keep it short. In March last year, I submitted a proposal to the NCF for a grant to execute a project. I haven't received any response. I sent an email to Dr. Monroe Knight. After I sent that, let me say at the end of October, I received a call from the NCF. A gentleman, he called and apologized for the lateness in responding. And then he also asked me if I was still interested in doing the project. I said yes. And then he turned around and told me he's going to call me back by Monday. Now, Monday came, I never received a response. He actually then turned around and asked me if I would love to collaborate with the NCF on the project. I said yes, I don't see why not. I would just have to speak to the team. Months passed, he never called back. I called back afterwards, then he said that it's still with the ministry. So I'm just coming here to see if there's something that can be done.
I'm not sure, but what I'd like to encourage you to do is to speak to Mr. Morris.
Yeah, I really didn't want to come here and talk to you because I know you have more important things.
No stress, brethren. So what we will do is check on it and give you an answer one way or the other as to where it is and what is likely to happen.
Yeah, I raised it with Mr. Ishmael, and he took his time to speak to me and pass it on to the colleague again, but
and I'm glad that Minister Monroe Knight got somebody from the NCF to call, but we'll try and find out what is the status and why they haven't completed yet, and if they're in a position to go forward or not.
Yeah, that was all I'm asking for, Mama. Yes or no is an update.
I got you.
All right,
thank you. All right, so speak to Roy. Thank you. Number 17.
Good night. I'm Antoinette Goddard from 11D Rosemont Deacons Road, St. Michael Northwest. I'm here asking or appealing for some assistance and some clearance on 3 matters. The first matter is that I am back in Block 10 and the footpath between Block 10 and 11. There are 5 apartments in each block, which is 10 manholes, mini manholes at the back of each person's apartment. As we speak, up until Friday, National Housing team that cleaned the sewage went and broke one of those manholes. Over the years, they have been doing that repeatedly. I guess there are problems that will cause them to do it, but they have not been recovering them. I have hurt my foot, I have tripped, I'm visually impaired, and I've also slid out there. I've been calling National Housing over and over.
Nobody's answering?
Nobody's answering. Depot, always with excuses. Nothing happening. I've called a friend who's a mason, and I've attempted with some cement and thing I had. And I said, I want you to recover these holes for me.
No.
And he said, Miss Goddard, you make me
National
good.
Housing will do it. You don't have to do it, Ms. Goddard.
The MP keeps saying that. Everything's National Housing.
No, and in fairness, not even the MP I'm looking at. Mr. Gill, could you please visit Ms. Goddard tomorrow and give us a report as to what will be done and when it will be done to be able to deal with it? And if your injury is recent or?
No, I had surgery, major surgery, where I lose a good portion of the sole of my foot.
Okay.
2017, and I'm trying to recover.
I'm sorry to
all
hear.
sorts of issues.
But the point is, you shouldn't have to be walking, like if you're walking on an obstacle course to get to your house. And I want to be able to say that this is why, you all ask why is you sayings, because it's easy for people to understand. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. There's none of us who would like to have to be walking an obstacle course to our house when the day comes. Santi, you had to deal with a youngster that to this day, it broke my heart when I had to go to his family, when the youngster fell into the well
Yes, right.
in the pine.
And they
then
came-
we had the elderly gentleman here the other day who walked in, fell into another one. How many times, how many more? And that's why I'm looking forward to the drone unit being operational so that we can also ensure. How does a country like Barbados not have a proper inventory of every well, and that we're now doing it for the first time in the 57th year of independence? Digitally, yeah. But GPSs have been around for a while. And that's the kind of thing that we need to be able. So we're trying to do all of these things in place, and also to make sure that we have a mechanism for fixing things. The other things that, the program that has got, what drives you crazy? That's the program
Your
on the
soul.
morning.
The
Well,
soul
let me
of
tell you
morning.
what drives me crazy. When utility companies dig up the road, be it government or private sector utility companies, and don't reinstate it, because it is too simple. You understand? And if we do it, what old-time Bajans teachers want, one bro is kill old cow. One bro at a time, and we complete the mission. Continue, ma'am. You
Right.
said there were 3 issues.
Right, and one of the things I want clear too is, yes, I am aware and I know that you cannot cut down a tree with, I think it's 30 centimeters wide. I can't remember the number, right? It cannot be cut down. But I have a big tamarind tree right in front of my property, right in the front of me. And it is full of pests, some kind of termite in it that is, the roots are still like under the roof of my apartment.
Got you. So you want when
So
they
I have
come?
been,
So when Mr. Gill come tomorrow with the NHC, it's NHC property, isn't it?
yes, it needs, that tree needs cutting down, it's terrible. It's cost me to spend over 5,000 to repair the roof already because the termites get in and eat up the roof. And it's happening again. Yes, housing produced the labor, but I had to buy all the sheeting and metal work and
No
whatever.
problem. He will look at that as well when he comes, ma'am.
No, on a serious note, no. I have been one of the recipients of the National Housing Unit from government. From day one, I have been trying to seek who is to insure the property. One part of housing is telling me it's your responsibility, another part is saying not. I am in a tantrum with the insurance company because they want to know why should I be paying out a certain amount of money if it's not so. I'm being told by the legal team at housing, Ms. Goddard, you are to insure your property and the contents. The other part of housing is saying no, that it is still, you all are still paying insurance at ICBL for it. Who is to insure the property? Am I burning my money unnecessarily? Can I get something official about that?
Do you have the conveyance yet?
I don't have it here on me, but yes, I have it. I have my
So
conveyance since 2018.
So if you have a conveyance, then the insurance for your particular property agent
Right.
would be at her. Is that you?
Right, it should, that's what they're saying, but yet still, you know, there's this, if he think as, you know, who is ready to do it.
If you didn't have the conveyance,
But
then
in
it
the
would be.
conveyance, you know, it says that it is like, it will not be fully mine under 10 years. If something, or I should pass away or something like that, it has to go, I cannot sell it and things like that, has to go back to government.
Okay, that
So
may
my
be,
10
that
years
may
will
be,
end in
that doesn't
2028.
that doesn't stop you from owning. It is just a constraint that the last government may have put on you, because I don't know, which will stop you from selling
Selling
it.
it, right.
Because what the last government is basically saying is that we give you this for free.
Free.
And therefore you can't go and make a profit on it. So
Exactly.
that is all. But that does not change the obligation that you have to be able to insure your property.
Well, right
Because
now-
if something happened to it, you would want to make sure that you get the insurance money back from it. Not true?
True. But
Okay?
right now is a big debate between the tenants and whatever, because a whole lot of us have not insured it and only did the contents because that's what we were told.
With ownership comes responsibility.
Exactly.
Mercifully, most of your properties will be under the $300,000 limit, so you won't be paying land taxes in any serious way. Your land tax will be zero.
Yes.
But once it goes, anybody over 300,000 will have to pay land tax. But ownership carries responsibility. So that if something happened, then it is you who will fix it. If something happened, it is you who will benefit from the insurance money if you have it insured. What I will do is ask the National Housing Corporation to please give us an update. I haven't taken an update from them in about 2 months, 10 weeks, and I need to get the update from them with respect to where we are with the other conveyances. I spoke about it at Christchurch Speaks last month. And Mr. Gill, if we can get the update from you, when you had met with us, you indicated where you were with the surveying of a number of areas. We need to have that update, and then we're waiting for the legislation. And DPM is reminding me also the update on the electrical too. We've done a lot, but there was still some that had to be done as well. Okay, and the wells.
Now that you mentioned electrical, ma'am, my problem with housing and electrical, and I went to Facebook, all sorts of methods, and I get a quick response after I put it on Facebook, and they came, but they bore big holes and left some holes in the property. I've asked my MP, seeing that he's under construction, advise me as to what can I do to patch these holes, and he said me that's National Housing's response.
Yeah, National
The technicians.
The National Housing left the holes?
Yes, left the holes.
Show Mr. Gill tomorrow.
You
Because
understand?
this, once again, they would
In
have had a
addition-
duty of care to you that wants to trouble it for them to reinstate it.
In addition to that, there are two plugs that keep tripping all the time. And the one in the kitchen and the one in the bathroom from day one to now is still flashing a red light. You could punch it back out.
Once again,
But
one
it's
of the
a trick.
programs that this government put in place, and we've spent millions of dollars to do the electrical upgrades at national housing units. We've not finished all because obviously COVID came and slowed down the pace, but we have spent millions of dollars doing electrical upgrade, and that's why you just heard me ask him about a status report on the electrical upgrades, on the covering of the wells, and indeed on the surveying, so that we can get the conveyances. You are one of the lucky ones who got your conveyance, but there are a lot of people who have not gotten their conveyance in spite of the commitment made in 2008. Okay? So leave that with us, and we will follow through for you. And I thank you for coming out and sharing these things, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Prime Minister, other ministers and members of Parliament, Horace Bailey is my name, and I live in St. Michael Northwest. I feel like leaving this
address.
St. Michael Northwest.
Not constituency address. Fernie Hurst.
Fernie Hurst.
Thank you.
I feel like leaving this mic there and I'll go back through the door, because what I came here about, that lady just spoke about. Madam Prime Minister, I lived in a house there for almost 30 years. I was told by one set of people that don't pay no more rent. I was told by that set of people, everything is okay. If I die tomorrow, I don't know if I have a home or not. Over 30 years. In that house. And now I speak.
Horace, they say you're going to heaven.
Hello?
They say your home will be in heaven when you die tomorrow.
Now I speak about that.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, this is a serious issue, because the promise was made for the conveyances. And this is one, it's okay, political parties, governments make promises. The truth is that when they made the promise, all the rent stopped paying too. So you effectively bankrupted the National Housing Corporation with that one announcement. Okay? We are trying to make wrong things right. And that's why you heard me ask Mr. Gill just now for the update on the surveys. There were a handful of properties like Ms. Goddard's own that was conveyed in 2018. I think there were a few in Deacons or Rosemont. There were a few in Haynesville, not many. But the truth is that we've started to be able to do a lot of it. You heard me speak about the problem in Christchurch. William, you talked to us about it. The absence of the ring beam, the whole question of the firewall, and a whole host of other things. And then, of course, people adding on, and you know it from seeing it, that some people add on in front of their units and build on the back. They ain't got no planning permission. So all of those things then become an obstacle to being able to complete the process. What we are trying to do is to use, once the surveying is done, to use an approach that instead of doing thousands of individual conveyances in the traditional way, to be able to use the law to be able to pass and vest ownership in the property in you, but then it means that you still have to have a schedule to the bill that will detail that Horace Bailey lives at what? Whatever, 1A.
Bluff.
You understand?
Block
Block
5B.
1A, Ferniehurst. Miss Goddard lives at Block 11D, Rosemont. Miss Bradshaw lives at Block 3C, The Pine. You understand what I'm saying? So that, and then with that, we still have to be able to put the details of the survey, because ultimately, when you do want to sell or convey it for whatever reason, you need to have specificity of the description of the parcel of land or the property that you are conveying. Okay? So that is what has taken so long. So we made a pronouncement, the last government made a pronouncement that it was nowhere near ready to be able to complete because it just could not do it because of the way in which there are things. There are parts of the Pine when you go in Santia that you can't even tell where the original building line was. You understand? There's no way. And you just see. So that all of these things therefore take time to unravel. So I can only urge you, I know that we're making good progress. Mr. Gill, are you in a position to say how soon we're likely to be able to have those surveys completed? Because about 3 months ago, you all were well on the way. I think you had finished about 2/3 of them at the time.
The reason to...
He's going to answer that part, and then you continue.
Sorry.
I don't want you not to go to sleep well at night and wonder where you're going to go, your home going to be after you pass.
Good night to the PM and the table. I can say to you that we are continuing to make haste. In respect of the areas, some in the Pine, even some in Deacon's Farm, we're having some issues, but we've hired private surveyors to complete the work as quickly as possible. What we are looking at too at the said time is to bring a paper to the ministry to come to cabinet in respect of asking for some changes to be made to the legislation so that we may be able to convey to all persons as soon as possible. So that paper coming to cabinet should come to cabinet within the next 2 weeks. And that will ask for special thrift, especially where the engineering is concerned, that if we can get past that, we can then convey as many houses as possible.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see what the paper is asking, because I'm not sure what you mean by engineering, because government has a broader duty of care, but we'll talk about that separately. Mr. Bailey?
Yes, as I said, I'm getting down now in age, and I don't want, my daughter lives with me, and I don't want nobody come and put her out. I'm not in the departure lounge yet. I'm not there. And as I said, up to 5 to 6 years ago, my phone with a ring, happy birthday from you, Prime Minister. Happy birthday. All that finished, I don't get it now. Me and Mike Sinkler. You remember Mike? The 15th of November 1949, both of us born. You're Mike Sinkler and Horace Bailey. I don't even get that call now. Happy birthday. What your father tell me, you get your early birthday messages now before me. Your father told me so. I said, okay, sir, sorry.
All you want me to do, Horace, is to sing happy birthday, but you know I can't sing.
Oh,
So don't worry about it.
I still love you.
I still love you too.
You do?
But on the 15th of November, some days I don't even remember the day. So you would appreciate
What time you
that.
come from
And
Africa?
today is what, the 18th? So that all that happened is, the 20th? You see what I tell you?
I tell you come from Africa, I wish me happy birthday. Anyhow, thank you very much.
And I can assure you that when I called you from Africa, it was not in opposition, I was in government. Go on.
I would never leave you. Never. I was 74 last Wednesday. I was 74 years last Wednesday.
They can raise happy birthday. If I could have sing, I would have sing for you, but I can't sing. Everybody know I can't sing.
I might be out there.
All right.
Minutes above that.
Let's go. Let's go. Number 19.
Good night to all, Madam Prime Minister, and all distinguished guests of the Barbados Labour Party administration. I am Carolyn Edwards of number 1 Mansion Place, Belleville, St. Michael. I have growth in my nose, and I am unable to work. There's a constant dripping all the time. I had an operation already, but it go back. So I am on the welfare. Things are very tight with me.
So, Ms. Edwards, look, listen to me. You come one side, and I have insisted since we started these things that I don't ask and let anybody have to express their views publicly for something that we can deal with privately. So, Roy, can you meet with Ms. Edwards on his side, and we will sort and try to address your concern.
There's another thing that I have to spoke of. Just near where I live, it's St. Paul's Avenue, like at the back of the blind school. There's a lot of grass, and it needs the bushing badly coming up. The area of St. Paul's and the dishes out there really need the bushing badly. So I'm asking y'all to do something about it. All right, thank you. Good night.
Corey says that he's going to help us address it, so you don't worry about the debushing. All right, but you come to Mr. Morris. Thank you. Number 20.
Good night. Good night, Prime Minister. We carry a load of money. Yeah. Yeah. Good night, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and all MPs in your party. My name is Richard Harper, First Avenue Gazette. I came here tonight not to go over things I heard before, but just to make myself adore. First, let me congratulate you, Prime Minister, on this COVID thing. I did frightened for those last 3 years, but I like how you fight it. I like how you carry this country. I like how you do it. You understand? I like how you take the country. Right through.
Thank you, sir.
I was feel for you. I was feel for you. Because when the day, when it the dark day, and all this thing that coming down, God bless you and your cabinets and all your endeavors. God bless you. Now, first let me say, as I said, I live on First Avenue, the Fairfield Crossroad, I don't want to go back over it again. They have a pretty shop out there now near the yellow shop. But the big, well, you want to work, so dig up and thing to fix it. But when the rain comes down now, the water spanner and all up on the shop step, the man can't make no money. I go come the road and see, but you understand, to get into the shop. And it's real bad. I would like, even if the minister that she come to be able to get one of the big fellas to do it. One of the, you know, we got some fellas here too. One of the boys that got a little tractor and a thing. One of the gentlemen that got a little tractor and a little bulldozer. Give here a 5 cent too for Christmas. You understand? Get one of the, let to do something. Now, the next thing, one more thing. I want to thank my MP, Mr. Goodinedgel, and I would like you, please, to put a chip on his shoulder. To put a chip on his shoulder. He works real hard, even though we got to be out. Just like you, he still come back and try to visit his vicinity. You know, he still come back every evening and try to walk the consistency. And I want to thank him for that. He tried to keep everything for me. Now, the last thing now, Prime Minister. I hear last week, the MP for St. Thomas, Miss Ford, a very nice lady. I hear she talk about Allen View. Now, you see, a fellow live them, Brandon, all of them, that's saying on about Allen View now. They won't know Allen View. But I work at Walt Spring Plantation, I could talk about Allen View, because I haul cans from there. And I would like those people to get some help. They just can't fly. I would ask, like the Minister of Land and Housing, I say she's saying 40 acres, to put them people that to develop. I know them feel, they're right there upon the thing, you know. They're right there on the top of the cave, and they can't do nothing, please. We down here don't know them people up there. They are suffering. The minister's right water coming in my eyes. I want to thank you all very much. And Prime Minister, let me tell you, you had put Barbados at top of the world. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. As I said, it's the whole team, but thank you for your comments. Number 21.
Good evening, Madam Prime Minister, and good evening, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, my special friend, and good evening, Brother Kurt, and members of the head table. I'm Cecil Ford from Reese Road, Flagstaff. I want to bring 3 issues to you. One of them, there are 2 wells, one close to the bottom of Flagstaff Road, and the other one right at the entrance to one of my gates. And both of them become full very quickly. The rain only has to drizzle, and the wells are full. I've been trying now for over 20 years to get these wells clean and probably sunk a little more. No success. I have even dug a drain going back into the well, but because the well is not being cleaned, it overflows and floods out my place. And the water then, I had to then do a kind of a drainage in at me. But then that resulted in the water then going to my neighbors and creating some issues. So I'm hoping that we can get those wells looked at and cleaned.
Okay, I think the Deputy Prime Minister will get the drainage unit to come. Mr. Yearwood is here as well. And Kirk is saying that they have gone once already, but we need to find out from them what is the issue and to see if we can bring a 20-year problem to a closure. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it needs sinking or, waking up the bottom. Probably has a lot of dirt muck in it. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention there is Fords Road with a hill. And at the bottom of Fords Road, whoever repairs the road seems not to be able to have the problem addressed properly. It is always very bumpy, even as soon as they finish, as if the underground is too soft and is unable to carry the weight. And then it creates many accidents right at that location because it is right in a curve at the bottom of a hill. So hoping that they can look at that area at the bottom of Fords Road Hill, that can be rectified.
They may have to get a geologist. When you want to speak, come.
Yeah, of course I have to know the area because that's my constituency. So what you're talking about actually is where the former chief town planner used to live, right opposite there. So what a lot of people don't know, that is how the water course comes through what's called Hall's ground, and comes through there. And you always will get that road, the road buckling there, because as the water passes, literally passes under the road. So we put wells on both sides to be able to catch it. But with the increased rainfall that we're getting now, it is not sufficient. So we actually have to put a bigger well, but unfortunately we don't have the land size to put the bigger well to have a better catchment. So it means that you're always going to get that buckling. But we're looking at a better solution to be able to put maybe a second well higher up to capture the water in Hall's ground itself and have less coming into that area. But that is right where the water course comes from, Hall's ground. A lot of people don't understand that that is a water course coming right the way down, going all the way down into the Simmons land and all of that area through Plantain Walk. But yes, the road will always buckle because the water going under. But if you see, there are two wells, both sides, and that's why we put those in there. But I do appreciate the comment, and we're definitely looking at it, for sure.
While you do that, you can probably look at building some form of a tunnel light that you can have it
There is a tunnel. There actually is a tunnel connecting the two wells, but it's still not enough for the amount of water. So what we're going to do is form a catchment in the Hall's ground section to reduce the amount of water. Not that the water won't come, but it will slow the rate at which the water comes through into that area.
Right,
thank you.
And my third question has to do with the problem we are having with monkeys. My neighbors and I, we have some, we do some agriculture, some planting of things and so on. I remember planting some corn and never reap any. One Saturday morning, I came out and I saw a monkey in the corn. So I didn't pay him much of attention because I only saw one. But when he walked out, I saw a good few coming out. And I never got a corn. We have, my neighbors and I, they have more vegetables than I do have. But we are not being able to reap very many of our produce. So I'm asking what is being done or what can be done in terms of addressing the monkey problem.
The Minister of Agriculture was here. Where is he? Sorry? He just left? Oh, I didn't know the meeting had finished. Okay, I didn't get the apology either. But anyhow, you're in a position to update on what you all are doing to control the monkeys? Mr. Ennis is from BADMC.
Yeah, good evening. In terms of the control of monkeys, I know that a cabinet paper is currently under preparation with the Ministry of Environment. However, I don't know the actual status of it at this current point.
We're going to get a response from you because I'm not sure what the minister was supposed to be here, but be able to respond to matters like this. And I can't tell you that I have a report on what they're doing recently, so I don't want to mislead you or anyone, but you will get him, he will call you tomorrow with a report. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Roy, you have his number, right? Please, arrange for the minister to speak to him tomorrow, please. Number 22.
Good night. Good night, Madam Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, members of Parliament. My name is Ricky McConney. I am from Bayville, St. Michael. I'm here to speak about, someone spoke about it earlier, humps. There are 3 avenues in Bayville: Bronx Avenue, Curwins Avenue, and Clark's Avenue. Off of Bay Street here, anywhere like from 715. ZRs, mainly ZRs, and a few minibuses will come through those 3 avenues at speed slightly under Formula One racetracks. I mean, fast. And all the, like when I'm traveling, when I'm going about my business. Persons from those avenues which actually stopped me and asked me what's going on. I spoke to our MP, Mr. Humphrey, and he have sent several letters. Some I have even shared with the persons because, you tell people the minister is working, but they don't believe you. So I've shared the letters, and they said tonight to me, because, they heard about this, they said go and try to represent them because they really need these
Not a problem, we hear you. And DPM?
We need some humps all over Barbados because, I know I'll be honest, because what happens, we fix some roads, and I know y'all can tell me the roads mash up, but with the roads that we've fixed, what we find sometimes is that then when the roads are nice and smooth, the call is then made for humps to be put in because people are using the roads more and they're driving a bit faster. So what I will do, I will note because it's not just your district, but there are several districts across the country where we are evaluating in terms of being able to put in the humps. I would say humps are not the only solution. I think people have to be more cautious because in a lot of the communities like Bayville, just like the Pine, there are a lot of children. And so I think we need to be more considerate as well as road users in terms of going through, in particular, very densely populated communities. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, these PSV drivers are not considerate, unfortunately.
Agreed, and I think Santia hit the nail on the head because we are going to do it. But we just got to stop and study others, man. Stop and think about others. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You don't want to be the one coming to a funeral because a little child get knocked down and lost their life. You understand? And worse than that, let me just leave it there because this country needs to pause and people need to stop and start to think about each other. And half the things that we're doing, yes, government will do what it has to do with humps and dips and whatever, but at the end of the day, it comes back down to individuals taking the time to just be aware of their environment and the people around them. And if we just do that, and that's why I want in these sessions to reinforce it, it will make this country a much more hospitable place to live in. Okay?
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, before you go, I want to thank our MP, Kurt Humphrey. We had water was off in the district for Friday night. On Saturday, Mr. Humphrey came out. He asked persons, okay, you want water? He allowed persons to put buckets on his back of his truck. And he drove around to several pipes and stuff like that, several, until he found one that, that he can fill up. He brought them back. He came out again on Sunday. He did the same thing. He drove the length and breadth of the constituency, checking on persons to make sure that they were being taken care of. And persons told me that when I see him, thank him. So, Mr. Humphrey, on behalf of St. Michael's South, we want to thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. McCartney. Number 23.
Good night, Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister, ministers.
President up at State House, though. Whoa. Give us
Madam
your
Prime
name.
Minister, I'm sorry.
Give us your name.
Yes, my name is Rhonda Walcott. I live in 45 New Orleans Land, Bashal, St. Michael's. I'm here to speak about 3 things. Number 1, the roads leading off Bashal Yard Gap. First, Bashal Yard Gap was done last year, I think. Now, with all the rain, where the descent in the road, there's a big hole that coming down from Pioneer Road, there's a big hole there, right? Allen Land, KC1, like Allen Land, Parade Road, Ruby Road, Ocean View, Perfection Road, Accommodation Road, all those roads out there needs fixing very badly. KC2, Syndicate Road, Pioneer Road, Civilian Road, Bushall, Civilian Road, Spooners Hill. All those roads, Ms. Montley, is in very bad conditions.
And all will be done eventually. But let me be clear. Month by month, other than the month of December, what have I had to say to the people of this country? We started with a deficit. In other words, we started with enough roads that needed to be done. Yeah? And that was because roads had not been done for a while, because the country didn't have no money to do none. Correct? Correct?
I'm listening.
But you only listening, or you seeing because you ain't know what's going on?
No, I know what's going on. I'm
Exactly.
listening.
And then on top of that, you got, and let's be real, you got Green Hill done, you got Stadium Road done,
Major
you got
roads.
Bush Hall Yard Gap done. Now, if as Prime Minister, I can do more than them in my constituency and left out the rest of these people here, they deserve to send me home. So don't believe that because I am Prime Minister that I can do all the roads in my constituency alone.
No,
Because,
ma'am.
hold on, let me finish, Rhonda. Let me finish. Because I get raised up with a simple premise, FSB. You know what FSB stand for? Family Stand Back. And therefore, when he need roads, and he need roads, and he need roads, and they need roads, and everybody else, Sante, what is the most common thing people complain about in this country? Roads and bridges. So that we have to be mindful. And I want us to be conscious, because it's easy to say every road must do at once. It can't happen. It will not happen because...
But that's not what I'm saying.
No. You list off all the roads in KC1 and KC2, where you list off about 20 roads. Now tell me how I can do them 20 roads before the people in St. Thomas get a road. Huh? Tell me how I can do them roads before the people who need the bridges. And I got a man walking about saying that we propping up bridges with a cable or wire, when it was a utility cable. So all I'm using the opportunity, and I can stand and salute you for giving me the chance too, because whenever done, this country requires works across the entire country. Now here's the problem. Not only did we come in with a deficit, but we also came in with a climate crisis. So how many people see potholes come in the last 6 weeks that wasn't there 6 weeks ago? How many people? Huh?
They're getting bigger.
That's the point. And some were not there at all. So unless we have not factored in this thing called the climate crisis, then we will continue to expect the unreasonable. Now what we have done, and Santia has gotten the equipment. Last week I met with the depots and her. Tomorrow again at 3:30 I'm meeting with them. And why? Because at the end of the day, we're trying to see how we can do something called small roads by being able to put packages of equipment together and to have them. We've started a few, but by the time we get the rest, then those depots hopefully will be able to do more on their own so that the large contractors can focus on the highways and the major roads that have to be done, and that we don't leave out the small roads where people live. But I want us to do a reality check. A reality check. And then the second thing that hit me when I met with the men with the depot, when the rain falling cats and dogs as it has been falling for the last 2 months, tell me how much work they're going to get done. How much work they're going to get done. And then secondly, not only are they not getting the work done, Mr. Boyne, come and defend yourself, please. Because not only are you not getting the work done, but it means that, as you just said, where had potholes, they get bigger. And where they have potholes, you now got potholes. So I want this reality check to come in, because at the same time, you're going to tell me we need to spend money at the hospital and make sure that when people need medicines, they can get it. And we need to spend money at the schools to make sure that when the schools need fixing or whatever the problems are. Lawrence Tigay, we had a problem the other day. You understand? Other schools, St. John's Primary, call them all off. So that we have to be balanced. Because if we're not balanced, if you only took care of your one part of your body and left for all the rest of your body, what will happen to you? You're going to fall down still. Mr. Boyne, tell them what you are facing, please, with the roads and the extent to which the last 2 months have made what little hair you got go further.
Well, we have to understand that at present, the roads, they're in poor condition. And also coupled with the last 2 months, as the Prime Minister has indicated, with the heavy rainfall, there's very little work. We cannot pave or do much patching in wet conditions with the what we have. So with that in mind, more holes would have appeared relative to the amount of rainfall, and we could not patch further. So that is why we would have had this proliferation of potholes at this point in time, right?
Yes. Okay. Well, you know, right there in the descent, it floods. And
the person who knows that best is Mr. Yearwood. Mr. Yearwood, come and talk about the descent that is well known to you. And I know why it's well known to
and I
Mr.
feed the 2 wells
Yearwood.
who need
I don't want to tell the world why it is well known to Mr. Yearwood.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm sure you know Rhonda well too.
Yes, she said it was you. It floods and then it goes off. And the same thing happened years ago. But in that interim, we have dug, in fact, we've deepened the wells on the Perfection Road and the same well. So what's changed is the intensity of rainfall. We're looking at the Moraine watershed approach, where there's some wells on the stadium, which is the south, it's off the stadium development site, but on the same lands, to do additional work, because we have to get water upstream. There are wells on the stadium complex. We talked about the stadium project recently. We have asked them to keep those wells and to make the improvement to get the water off. So yes, we're aware, but like you said, there are a number of things that's happening, and you see that you have flooding and the water goes off. Sometimes, in some cases, some places in Barbados, we respond 1-2 hours after, and the water gone off.
But what you have is a collection of water, because when it runs off so quickly, it isn't really flooding per se.
Well, it's flooding at that time. She's saying peak. She's saying when it's high.
Exactly, but it runs off within 2 hours or so.
Yeah.
And those, Rhonda, as difficult as it may seem, that is still acceptable. It is when it goes into like Work Hall, same in there has gone now. Yeah. And the water stays there for how long? Days at a time, and people can't get out. So we have to be able to distinguish between what is literally a gathering and collection of water that will run off, because the aquifers, it needs time to be able to work through the system, and those then that are really, really, really bad, and the water ain't going nowhere. Okay, so I understand your instinct, but I also want you to understand, as I know you can, that you have to compete and help with everybody else too. So you're not only getting all of our attention one time. And I know why you would feel so, because when the last government was in, you didn't get nothing. And the truth is, when the last government, before that, when I was Deputy Prime Minister, they used to tell me that I could stand back and wait. But rest assured, little by little, they will be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Another item? No, please. You're familiar with the name Jeffrey Bryan? Okay, he lives to the top of my track. He has dementia, and
you can deal with people's problems, come one side. I know let other people deal with public things.
All right.
Remember what I tell you about people business.
All right.
Thank
One
you.
more question. As far as the MTW workers that were sent home in the last 6 months, my question is, when will government start to rehire some of these people again?
But they were never to be rehired, Rhonda.
I'm just asking a question.
But I'm telling you, and I want to be clear, they were only actually to be brought on for 3 weeks. Then we kept them for 3 months. Then we kept them for how long in the end? 2 years?
Mhm.
2 years.
Yeah.
And then the Deputy Prime Minister worked with others to get most of them retrained in order to be able to go into other jobs. And that's why we talked about the fact that we need a number of people to go into construction. We need a number of people to go in. Some of them went into Gabion building. Some of them went into tree trimming and landscaping. So I expect that when the legislation, for example, comes from the AG, dealing with the lots to be debushed, a lot of those people will get work because government will either hire the people on contract and clean lots and charge the person on the land tax bill, or the people themselves will hire the people directly. Because if government does it, you're not only going to repay government what it paid out, but you're going to pay a penalty for the fact that government had to do it. So it is cheaper for people then to be hiring their own people to clean up their own lots across the country. And it has to be done in order to be able to avert a public health crisis and to ensure that we can also keep public safety high in the country. Because the worst thing is you got high bush near a bus stop and people hiding in it and somebody come and rob somebody. Yes, easy so. So we expect a lot of those people. We kept them as long as we did because we knew that once these projects start, a lot of them would start transitioning, and that has already started to happen. Okay? And in some instances, people ask to be able to go into agriculture too.
Okay.
Okay? Thank
All right,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank
Have a good
you, my
night.
dear. And thank you for making the representation that I can't make for myself and leading 29 others. Take care.
But who do I speak to on the second?
Roy.
Oh.
Good night. Adeyemi Gill.
What's your first name?
Adeyemi
Gill.
St. Barnabas, St. Michael. Good night, panel, Prime Minister, DPM, ministers. I just want to ask a couple questions. I want to commend the administration on the extra budgetary financing that that y'all have been able to secure for us, especially in trying times like COVID and so on, for these capital works projects and so on and so forth. But within that, I know that the administration has been securing a lot of loans, some grants and so on. I'm just wondering what challenges the administration is facing in terms of transposing some of these loans into grants or securing grant funding instead of loan funding.
No challenges at all. The truth is that what we have gone for as grants, we've gotten. Santia, you got $80 million for the Barbados Water Authority. The government has never gotten anybody since independence to give them $80 million in grant money. Okay. We have other monies that we have gotten in grants for different projects, Marshall, Rooster Reefs, and different other things, correct? But largely speaking, we will borrow. And I want to address this issue again. And I go back, this is the month of independence. And I want to contextualize it because prior to independence, the government of Barbados could not run a deficit. You could only run surpluses. And Mr. Barrow, once we became independent, you can go back in Hansard and read him. And it has been quoted many, many times since he has passed, that those who do not support deficit financing are anti-developmental. And what is he effectively saying? That raising prudent levels of debt is critical if you're going to expand the country and build. How many people in here can build a house without borrowing money? Raise your hands. Most can't. But the key, therefore, is not that borrowing is bad, is that the borrowing must be sustainable. And what we have done, we came into office, the debt was $18 billion. The $18 billion we brought down to what it was, Marsha, just under 12 or so. And then since the last 5 years, we have incurred about 2.5 billion in additional debt. There was a story that ran in the paper last week that suggested that we would need to borrow another $1 billion next year. Well, that story tells you what you're borrowing, but it don't tell you what we're paying down in principle. And when we did the debt restructuring, we agreed that we would have 4 years free of any kind of servicing of principal. That came to an end, and from September last year, we had to start paying down debt. In March this year, when I did the budget, one of the things that I highlighted was that we were allocating just over $100 million to pay down debt again, and that the government will continue to pay down debt, but it will continue to borrow. Now, as a result, when you saw that $1 billion headline in the papers last week, what it didn't tell you is that the net borrowing, by the time we pay off debt and by the time we borrow, the difference of what all of that comes to at the end of the day was $241 million. So that we're not increasing the debt by $1 billion as the headline suggested. We're increasing the debt by $241 million next year. Now, the truth is that if we get better receipts, as we did last year, when I say last year, I mean last fiscal year, which ends in March this year, I came and paid only debt, as I just said. So that, like anybody else, Mistress, I got a little extra money today. I normally would pay $100 a month. I won't pay $200 this month, because I don't know when I will get it again, but I'm going to pay it down a little extra this month. And that's exactly how we've been approaching it. What have we borrowed for? You can see, you got buses. Sanitation got a full fleet of trucks. Accident and emergency, if we didn't build that new accident and emergency, then we would have been going in the old casualty and the whole of the hospital would have run away with COVID. Because once you had to do the density spacing, what do you call it, social distancing, then all of a sudden it would have meant that casualty would not have held anybody. We have literally been responsible in showing what we have borrowed the money for. But by the same token, we have also gone out, and because of the climate crisis and because of the advocacy that we have been able to bring to climate issues, we have been able to go to the Green Climate Fund, and we've been able to go to other foundations and to make a case for us to get grants. Why? Because we didn't start the climate crisis. But when we have to borrow money to fight the consequences of the climate crisis, borrow money to fix the potholes that Rhonda just talked about, then what we are doing is crowding out the space that we have to be able to borrow money to do other things in healthcare, to borrow money to do other things in other areas. Now, the truth is that because we've been able to manage the economy well, and because people have confidence in what we have been able to do, we've been able to do some creative things too. So, we knew, and Carla, you're here still, that we needed to be able to protect the marine environment, correct? So last year, we went and bought back $150 million of our debt, and with the help of the Inter-American Development Bank and Nature Conservancy, instead of paying interest at X rate, we were able to pay interest at X minus Y, which meant that the $50 to $60 million US that is being saved over a 15-year period would now go to establish, and Kurt, you started a lot of that work when you were Minister of the Blue Economy, that money can now go to establish a framework for the Marine Conservation Trust to be able to protect Barbados' coastal waters. This year, we are dealing with the South Coast Sewage Treatment Plant. And as you know, that was never a tertiary treatment plant. It was really just a separator of solids, and you push the liquids into the outflow, into the water. We've said no. We're going to buy back a certain amount of our debt, and last week in Europe, before last in Europe, I was able to meet with the European Union's commissioner, and they have agreed, along with the European Investment Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Green Climate Fund, that we should be able to do a similar debt for climate swap. Last year was debt for nature, this one is debt for climate. And that the interest savings will be able to build out a new tertiary treatment plant for the South Coast, where we treat the sewage, the water, and then we take the water and put it back to replenish the aquifers and to help water the crops. Now, there are some people in this country who want to use scare tactics to be able to tell people that we are using jobby water. You understand? And that is what we are giving people. And I want to call them out now, because I am not going to agree that they're going to get away with effectively trying to panic people and cause people to become fearful purely because they want to be able to elevate themselves politically and don't know how to go about and canvass from house to house and get people to like them. So that the only way they will elevate themselves is by telling a lot of lies and having scare tactics. Well, let's meet toe to toe, because the water that's going in the ground now is not treated. The water that will come from the treatment plant when Santa finishes building it will be treated. So which is cleaner? Huh? Which is cleaner? The water that will be treated. And that the water that is going now to water the vegetables and the provisions is not treated. So that when you take treated water and then do it, which is cleaner? But we have come to the belief in this country that the handful of people who can't get people to otherwise support them and want to walk around and follow them now believe that the best way to do it is by going on social media and lambasting people, telling lies. One called me a child abuser, a man that does not even know how to pronounce my name. Can't pronounce my name. Does not know whether Barbados is a republic, a Commonwealth country, independent, or anything. And then what is worse, you have people who pretend to love this country and who find it acceptable to sit down and have others make these comments in their presence, and not one of them opens their mouth to say, it is not true, I am disassociating myself. How many times have you been in conversations and you have heard people say things that are wrong, and you say to them, not me, I am not getting into that, that is wrong. Because that is how we were raised. But when we have people now trying to scare people on every tactic, and who are the same people? The same man that they brought on the program is a man that went in California and disrupted meetings with Congresswoman Maxine Waters. This is a woman who is 80-something years old and has served with distinction in the Congress of the United States. And he starts off his comments by saying, oh, we come in and help deal with them. I went in and dealt with them in Cayman Islands. If you are going to come about here to destabilize this country, well, then the government will meet you toe to toe. Because it is wrong. We have not sent anybody in anybody else's country to undermine them. And last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, those things are almost what? Treasonous? So let us be very clear on these things. But we've gone far and wide from where you started, sir.
Okay. I would have toured the tertiary treatment plant at Coverley. So I buttress what you're saying, and they're using the treated water for toilet water refresh, for lawn care, landscaping and so on. My second question, in terms of public domain data, information, what is the policy in terms of getting data from government organizations? Who owns the data? Is it private? Is it public? And how to get over some of the hurdles in terms of getting large sums of data to do research or any work, especially if I'm not coming from a research institution like a university.
Yeah, I can't tell you offhand. Depends on which department it is. Some data is sensitive, some is not sensitive. I know that there are a number of government departments that share data with people willingly. So it really depends on which one you're looking for. And I would suggest that you speak with Roy and let us find out and let us see where we are. But once it is public data for research, the government has an interest in the research being done. And in fact, that is one of the things that we have pushed across the board, because research leads often to industry, and industry leads to economic opportunities.
Sure. Final question. In terms of, non-solicited proposals, how is the administration proposing to deal with those going forward, especially if there are no RFPs available? And perhaps, let's say I have a bespoke system that I could bring to one of the ministries or so on. How would the administration go about dealing with unsolicited proposals?
AG, you want to address this? The law is very clear now.
For the first time, we have captured in law provisions relating to unsolicited bids, unsolicited proposals. So I'd invite you to take a look at our Procurement Act. You can find it on Parliament's website. And then we can discuss it later on, but I can tell you that we wrestled with this from the time we came to government, because the problem with unsolicited proposals is the absence of transparency. And we've enshrined provisions in the legislation, but the specifics of it, I must tell you, are not in my head at this point in time. But please look at the Procurement Act, Public Procurement Act. It came into force on the 1st of October, and you'll find it on Parliament's website, and we can talk about it.
Effectively, because as the AG said, when the unsolicited proposals are lacking in transparency, it meant that we felt that we needed to capture it in legislation and create a transparent and level playing field for everybody. And the specific processes to be adhered with unsolicited proposals where you go out to the public, but effectively the person who puts in the bid or who puts in the unsolicited proposal always has a preferential marking over the others because it started with them. And this is not unique to Barbados. This is what has been done in other Commonwealth countries. Okay?
So my concern would have been in terms of protecting myself as a small business person, intellectual property, any ideas that perhaps...
Yeah, I would be very surprised that you would put your intellectual property open-ended without knowing whether you can get a response or not. So I don't think that's where you want to go. And I suspect that others who you've been talking to will have told you not to do it. So that what you're really looking at is in the unsolicited proposal to give the notion a concept, to give the ministry a concept of what you're wanting to do, in which case you're not sharing your intellectual property. And I would not advise you to do that without knowing whether you're going to get something or not.
All right, thank you.
That, in fairness, because people, I can't protect you then when I go on public.
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But you will, the principle is that the person who puts in an unsolicited proposal has done something which is likely to inure to the benefit of the public space.
Sure.
And therefore, while we want to give other people the chance to do something similar or to meet what you're doing, you are likely to get an advantage in the reckoning of the points as to who should get the award of the contract in the end. And as the AG said, look at the specific legislation that came into force on the 1st of October.
Thank you.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Number 25. Finish at 26 because we have to allow persons to go home and there's work tomorrow for the others. Thank you.
Hi, good night, Madam Prime Minister. My name is Shanique Colange and I'm from Cleveland Development, Black Rocks, Colange. And I'm from Black Rock, Cleveland Development. Mr. Edgell is my MP. I know you spoke about furthering education for any person. The website that you was telling me about, that was the first time I have ever heard about it. So I need you to give it to GIS.
Coursera, yeah, no problem. Ian will let you know, but there are 15,000 courses for free on Coursera that any Bajan can go and register for, and I want to urge people to use it. National Transformation Initiative, NTI.
Okay. I'm a housekeeper, but that is not really my dream job. I have it because it supports exactly. And my question to you, Mr. MP Humphrey, it isn't that person doesn't want a job. People want jobs. And you were talking about people, 10,000 people on the block and whatever. The people, the easiest thing is to go on the block for a man especially, but to go out and work is easy. You see, to fill out that application, they can't get it done because their education capacity is not there. If they see the name as big as this speaker, they don't know it. Some of them can't read, write, and spell. So you need to help them there. And they don't want to come and tell you that they can't read, write, and spell. They will prefer you to put on one side and say, well, I can't dance properly, as the old people will say. So they need help there. It's all right for, if you check, majority of the young people cut grass, which is the program you had, because majority of them can't read. So that is the easiest way to...
It says the majority, but I accept that a fair amount can't read. A number more than we would have liked have gone through school without coming out with the skills that they need to come out with. And that's why one of the things that we are looking at separately from the mainstream education transformation is adult education, so that we can give people a chance to get basic skills again. And I hope that, Corey, in your program, that's the literacy and the adult literacy is one of the things that Corey's program is going to deal with. But you're absolutely correct that even when it happens and they can't, they're not going to feel good about admitting it, especially in front of others.
I have seen it. My last is for the young gentleman that spoke about changing the laws or when you pick up a paper and see that 217 or maybe 216-year-old take their life. I have a 16-year-old that attends Commonwealth, and when he comes home and speak about the things that happen at school, it hurts my heart. And some of these children cannot go home and tell the parent because the parent either tired from work or they just don't have it inside of them. So for a 17-year-old to go home and take the life is a sad thing. So I don't know if it's a program that you all could develop so that they could come to the community and ask some mothers to speak to them, because they have a lot of burden on them. I don't know.
I'm going to ask Charles to come forward. Charles, you were doing an excellent program, I think, to treat to some of this as Minister of Youth Affairs, no? And to give people an opportunity to be able to vent off. You want to speak?
Good night, everyone. I fully agree with the young lady in relation to what she's saying. What we have done at the ministry is to implement two things. One, a national mentorship program to provide an opportunity for those young people who feel that they need to vent to be able to do exactly that. Earlier this year, we have also started a youth hotline to provide an opportunity for those young people and for persons like the young lady who just spoke to call into the ministry to identify those issues that young people are facing. And we have put...
Were you listening, right? I know everybody want your attention, but Charles giving you the answers so you could give the others, please.
Right.
So he has a national mentorship program.
A national mentorship program and a hotline that is in place for young persons who can call. 439-HELP is the number for the hotline. And the mentorship program, we have at least 60 mentors, and we're mentoring those young persons who...
Right, but you're going to have to give the numbers. I learned the hard way, Charles, that 439-HELP don't mean a lot of things to young people nowadays that don't got rotary phones or them kind of things.
It is true.
So let me give you what 439-HELP is. 439-435-7. You understand? Because a lot of people don't have that anymore. So, all right, 439, you got the whole name, 439-4357 or 439-HELP. Okay?
Okay.
And my last is to the
Thank you, Charles.
woman, to the turtle lady.
Carla.
My daughter likes the beach, and I'm not a beach person, but her aunt that was saying down there takes her, and she likes animals. So the program, it sounds like a very interesting program, so don't stop. You understand?
I thought you were about to say that you're going to make sure that your daughter joined the youth club that we want for environment.
Don't stop.
That will
That's
too.
my daughter there.
Thank you. Are you interested in the youth program? The youth club? Where is she?
She stand up, she's 9.
I can't see.
So, yeah. But other than that, Minister, MP, you're doing, Prime Minister, you're doing a wonderful job. And I remember you came into my workplace and I told you that when you had the children, youth. You're doing a wonderful job, and thank you. And so is my MP.
Thank you. Number 26, last one for the night. Thank you.
Good evening, Prime Minister Motley, Deputy Prime Minister, and other ministers at the head table. My name is Miss Lorna Morris. I'm from Freehill, Black Rock.
What's the first name?
Lorna Morris. I'm from Freehill, Black Rock, Northwest constituency. And I guess tonight the concerns were about roads. I guess almost everybody talk about roads tonight, but we are faced with some problems in Freehill as well with roads. And the main problem is that when the Black Rock Main Road is blocked, I find that the minibuses come through that area, Clark's Road, and the road really need repairing. And not only that, I think that we should also get some humps in that area, because most people that live in that area are elderly people, and they think that they should be taken care of most so than others. And the other areas are the drainage in Straker Tenantry. We have a problem there, as well as Deacons. People have been complaining about the drainage in Straker Tenantry due to the fact that the dengue is on the rise, and they think that we should pay more attention to the drainage in that area and make sure that everything goes well there. My Straker Tenantry, Black Rock.
The man, Mr. Straker's tenantry, let the world know about this here, either? Or you beat him to
My next problem here now is nothing to do with my constituency. Is that on mornings, to my workplace, I have to walk. When I get off the bus, I usually take the highway. And I find that people are actually driving on shoulder of the road. Nowhere for you to walk. And that's from Top Rock to the Ministry of Agriculture. There's no bus route. So we have to be careful when we are walking up and down.
No sidewalk?
No sidewalk. And the cars drive on shore. They even took pictures up to this morning pertaining to that same matter, where people are actually driving on the shoulder of the road, endangering people that have to be walking. And I guess that's basically it. So I would like to know if there's a law that can be put in place or something that can be put in place to prevent these people from driving on the shoulder of the road.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying to Sandhya, and I know the electronic vehicle registration thing and the cameras, there are more cameras going up. And the truth is, once that system comes into play, a lot of people can find themselves with a lot of tickets in this country for bad behavior on the roads, for violating the Road Traffic Act. And the quicker we can get that, the better. There's some people who will swear, I didn't run the red light, but when you take the picture, and you see when the light change, the car over the line. So we're going to need that independent evidence, and hopefully that will help transform behavior on the roads. But what I'm hearing from you, and Sandy just made the point, every road in Barbados can take a speed hump. So that, what does that tell us? That we need to be able to address how we are driving on the roads. There are enough people who have died or who have become maimed and disfigured or incapacitated because of road accidents. And I will ask that the PSA program start back up aggressively, but each of us has a responsibility to talk to our family, our children, ourselves, and be able to say, there's no need to drive that fast. You can't bring back a life when it's lost. And there's some areas that I accept, and Charles, in your constituency, somebody from St. John spoke to me today about Wakefield Road and the Gabion. There's a bridge out there, but because of the rain and all the rains recently, the side of the road has gotten bad, so that you may need Santa to send somebody out there to make sure that because the drop is about 12, 15 feet, I'm told, that if the car comes, if you don't know the road well and you drop off the side of the road, you're going to drop 12, 15 feet. And these challenges are real. And that's why we meet with the depot again tomorrow, the various depots. And I've said to Santia that she's going to get money to be able to do a massive onslaught on potholes over the next 2 months. But even with that, recognize that we are living in different times. If you think we have it bad, check Jamaica and check St. Vincent and check all those countries that are hilly, because the rain is doing them a serious injustice. And every time they think they're fixing roads, within no time at all, the roads are mashed up again. Yeah. So I want us to understand change, and growing pains are never easy, and these are some of the growing pains we face in a year when for 1/3 of the year, the temperatures have gone above 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial level. When I spoke in Glasgow to the world, what did I tell them? That that's a death sentence. Now, if you know something is a death sentence, you must start to feel it. And that's why, Rhonda, I thank you for raising it. But the truth is that this is what we are facing. And we can't believe that we are going to go through this world unscathed when, in truth, as you heard from Mr. Yearwood, the intensity of the rain, you heard it from William Duguid earlier with respect to Ford's Road, the intensity of the rain that's coming down in the shortness of the period that it is coming down in is doing real damage. And there is nothing that we can do to stop it, but we have to build in future for it. Now you may ask, why didn't they build that way 20, 30, 40 years ago? Because they didn't know it was going to be an issue. Now that is why Santia is starting some concrete road programs. The concrete roads may cost a little more upfront, but they're going to last longer than the asphalt. So we can't do all, because the other problem is that they not only cost because of the concrete road itself, but because of the utilities that you have to put down on both sides is more difficult. So you're going to have to put sleeves of utilities on both sides of the road to ensure that if you ever have to go in and dig, you don't have to be digging across the road in the concrete roads all the time. How many people know, was it Reef Road? Reef Road get put down. I'm sure Reef Road older than me. It was a concrete road. Reef Road is a concrete road, and go across it and see how long it has lasted. But for every asphalt road, for every concrete road we do, you could probably build 2 to 3 asphalt roads. But the asphalt roads ain't worth nothing. As soon as the rain comes, what happening? Erosion. So we now have to take a different approach. There was a gentleman in here, Mr. Bess, I'm not sure if he's still here. He has been brought on and seconded from the Caribbean Development Bank to help us review all of our standards, all of the angles, the standards, everything, because how we built our infrastructure in the past can no longer protect us going forward. Okay? So I'm going to keep saying this month after month, because I recognize that it's going to take a while for Barbadians to accept that we're living in a different global environment, and there will be different consequences. Okay?
Yeah, but I would like something to be done about the traffic driving on the shoulder of the road, because that's the only way that we have to walk. And there's no bus transportation to take us to our workplace.
I got you. And what I'm saying is that we need to put up the cameras, because people feel that they get away with things until they get caught, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
And when they get caught, then they will just have to pay. And if they keep wanting to pay, at some point, the demerit points will cause them to lose the license. So what we're really saying is that in those high traffic areas, Santi, where we know it's going to be an issue, like the area you just pointed out, where people have no other option, and because it is smooth, the shoulder of the road is smooth.
It's no longer smooth.
Well,
it's
when I
full
say
of potholes because from the heavy
from
traffic.
the cars. But when I say smooth, I really meant to say level with the road.
Yeah.
If it was a sidewalk, they couldn't ride the sidewalk the same way. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the question that Santia and Ministry of Finance will have to ask is, Do we put the cameras there and put it off? Because there are some roads and some areas that need bridges and roads that don't have anything. So it's competing interests. So the quicker solution for you may be the cameras and the policing of it. Okay?
And the next thing is that where you have to cross over to our workplace, there's no crossing and it's dangerous.
That's easy. That's an easy fit.
I don't know if one can be put there, but
You can put a crossing thing. Santi, just tell Santi exactly where, and we can facilitate that once there's no other competing problem with putting it there. Okay?
Okay, thank
so
you.
you can come now and let us know.
Okay,
I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. Oh, you have the video from MTW, but I don't talk after that. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I want to thank the public servants. We started the night by taking a minute's silence to pay tribute to one who was with us from the beginning, Philip Tudor. And I want us to remember his work, as I said, and to be inspired by what he really was trying to do to make Barbados a better place in terms of mobility, communication, and infrastructure. I want to thank those of you who also came here with tremendous policy suggestions. This is what makes our country great. And the continued efforts to be able to add value to the things that we can do as a government. From the beginning, we've never said that government knows everything or is capable of doing everything. And this country is strongest when we all come together, or the majority of us come together to make that difference. We may not have to agree on everything. You may not even support us. But what we are doing in this space is to be able to make Barbados better. And through even those of you who come with complaints, it is by advising us as to what is wrong that we can help make it right. So thank you once again, and happy independence to each and every one of you. I should also say, I know we don't like to say it because we don't say Happy Christmas before Independence, but since there will be no Parish Speaks in December, I also want to wish you a happy Christmas and a happy, healthy, and prosperous and hard-working 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. There are 3 persons.
You can sit down. There's a video to play now. MTW is showing you all what it has done. I think we need next year to agree, though, that we can start the meetings with these videos rather than leaving them to the end, because they will also help, in some instances, give context. Okay? Please, Roy.
Fair. Thank you.
Let me thank you, Roy, and all of the officers who sit very quietly and take all the information and help us be as effective and as efficient as we can be in the management of these sessions. I want to thank you for your heavy work. I want to thank you for coming out and making a difference to our ability to engage with our citizens and to improve our quality of democracy. I do not, as Prime Minister, take it for granted that you come out and to help us report to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, everyone. Just for notice, there are 3 persons who would have spoken given their information at the desk, but would have listed as personal. So we will call you tomorrow and make sure you get your chance to have your issues dealt with. Also, on this same location on Wednesday, 6:30 p.m., they'll have another consultation on education transformation, so you may want to be here for that. Correct. Lecture on Thursday on decolonization of education. That takes place at the university, is it?
And I really would like to urge people to go out to that lecture. The lady who is giving the lecture is perhaps one of the foremost experts across the entire Commonwealth on the decolonization of education. And why is that important? Because we come up with a colonized education. And if we don't take control of it, half the things we're talking about in here will not happen. Okay? So let's go. And I ask everybody to be engaged on these issues. We may not agree on everything. That's why the government is consulting. And in consulting, we will have a sense of what we go with and what we don't go with by the time we come back next year. Okay? Thank you.
And finally, as you leave the building, there should still be some copies of the Education Transformation booklet on the table. be sure to pick one up. It gives you a pretty good synopsis of exactly what is taking place and what is going to happen and how you can add your input to that. Correct. Yeah. What is proposed, Prime Minister wants me to say specifically. Go ahead with the video.
The Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Services has been working to upgrade and maintain road infrastructure in St. Michael, the most densely populated parish and the most heavily traversed.
So there are 3 depots responsible for the work in St. Michael. There's Richmond, there's Farm, and there's Prince Road. We would have done some road rehabilitation, repairing slipper and curb. In some areas, we would have done some drainage work. We replace manhole covers and that kind of stuff. Richmond is also responsible for road markings and signage throughout the island, not just the parish of St. Michael, but the entire island.
At Rendezvous, we did a head wall, and we repaired some manholes on Highway 7 down to Bay Street. We did some work at Reesland, which is in Burton's Hill area. We had a road that part of it had dropped, so we used the grader to just take off a layer and basically get the Barwick Ring crew to come and resurface that area. It's just a temporary measure we have done, but we can go back to it and do the major work there. We did a retaining wall just at the junction of Flagstaff and Fords Road. Presently, we are working at Glandier Road, Carner Village. We are repairing a slip and curb and covering a drain.
The ministry also milled and paved several roads in communities across St. Michael.
A number of roads have been paved on with the residential project in the Pine areas across the Pine.
We had some paving work done recently in the area of Melvins Avenue, Cumberbatch Road and 2nd Avenue, Fairfield. In that same particular period, we also did some repairs to the broken manholes and culverts along the Westbury area. There was also a significant amount of work that was done with the assistance of the contract workers at the time, where we were responsible for cleaning the majority of the drains and gutters within that particular area.
Road infrastructure was enhanced to improve road safety. The temporary roundabout at the junction of Waterford and Codgerton Road was upgraded to a permanent concrete roundabout.
We completed that task with the assistance of the Prince Road Depot, and then NCC came and did the beautification of it in that particular area. The traffic section came and erected the lights at the Waterford Common Mayor entrance, which was used to help navigate the pedestrians crossing the road.
The St. Michael depots also helped to prepare the roadways for the staging of cropover events.
There was a significant amount of drains down in that particular area that had to be cleaned and covered for the public safety.
Major road rehabilitation was done to the ABC Highway from Clyde Walcott Roundabout to the Norman Nels Roundabout under the Inter-American Development Bank funded road rehabilitation and improving connectivity of road infrastructure project. Passage Road was also rehabilitated under the CAF project. The Drainage Division also conducts routine maintenance of drains, watercourses, and outfall drains in St. Michael in an effort to prevent or reduce flooding.
Murphy Pass is one example. Westbury Road, Kensington New Road. Those are some of the more problematic areas where we will have to do constant cleaning of those drains. Outfall drains will be Brandon's, Lobster Live, watercourses in St. Michael's. We will have Deer's Land, which we are presently doing now, Straker Tennis Tree, and Deacons from the back of the primary school right down to the outfall drains. We're looking at, especially in the Murphy Pastor area, where we would have established a drain to hold the capacity of the water coming into the main Princess Alice pump house. And we're looking at doing some additional work there to help maintain the structure so that we can be able to get the drain flowing properly. The challenge we have there is the garbage that we have coming from upstream and coming down and clogging the drain. So we're going to be looking at putting in strategic structure in place where we can capture that garbage instead of it going down straight to the pump house.
The Drainage Division continues to appeal to persons to dispose of their waste in bins or at the relevant landfill. MTWW will continue to improve road infrastructure and drainage within St. Michael.
I wish you a good night and get home safely.